Come check out owlsherbs.com where we have all of your herbal needs and different variety of products from sea moss to black seed oil and a different variety of products for different health issues because your health is your wealth. What's going on today? We're gonna look at renting versus buying. The question is renting leading to homelessness? Okay. Um, this is something that basically is kind of impromptu. It's it's a thought that I've had previously, and I kind of zeroed in on it today because I was going back and forth to the hardware store and basically dealing with the house that needs, you know, quite a bit of work. Um, you question yourself in it like I am. You question, you know, um, at least I do. I mean, I'll just speak for myself. You question whether, you know, um, you think about what basically I thought about what other options I've had. To me, I had no other options. There were no other options. Um, the only option was to get an apartment. And had I made that choice, I very, very much so would have been. If I had no other family, I was just me, I would have been homeless. I've talked. If you listen to me before, I've talked about, my journey as far as like going from, you know, kind of living with family to tragically my sister passing away and having to go basically back and forth with different hotels and stuff like that because I was still in a mix of trying to fix up my house. I already had purchased my house as far as like well, I'll just say I already had a contract on my house after my sister passed away. Actually before she passed away, and it was just a back and forth uh kind of like, struggle as far as finding a place that was permanently um a place to go for room and board. I went back and forth between different hotels and stuff like that until I can get my house in order. And it's just, this is not gonna be really long. I kind of forgot that I had this live stream already pending. I was actually resting up. Um and I remember, oh wow, I have a live stream to do myself. So this is just a theory of mine, and I'm gonna break down some statistics, and I'm gonna show you kind of what's going on in in Chicago. It's from what I see, the homeless population is increasing. It's not decreasing, so it's increasing. So I'm gonna show you a video. This is a homeless camp that's basically under. If you're in the Chicago area, it will be under the Jane Byrne interchange. It's under Cermak. Okay, so I'm gonna play this video real quick and show you this homeless camp that's below Cermak. While I find it, So bear with me. Okay, yeah. So this was during the time where I was family was coming to town, and I went downtown to kind of see what was going on, and I went to like Maxwell Street, and basically when you get off to go to Jewtown, which is basically where they sell the original Maxwell Polish sausage. I know you guys probably are confused. The guy that basically got shot by the 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 chick's son, that was like technically it said it was a basically a Maxwell Polish restaurant. That's not really an authentic restaurant. It's like a kind of like a little copycat type restaurant that's on the outskirts of the South Side. The original Jewtown Polish, I posted it on my community tab where it's actually at, and that's where I went, and it's right off of Cermak. So it's literally right under the expressway, right off of 94. It's like basically downtown West Loop area. So this is where this homeless camp is here. Let me show you. It's kind of dark, but I'm gonna play it. You should be able to see it. I was going fast. I don't know if anybody was behind me, but basically this is uh this is below Cermak, right near where Maxwell Street is, where they sell the original Maxwell Polish. We call it Jewtown. If you from Chicago, you already know. If I say Jewtown, you already know. And then it's not like any condemnation towards Jews. In Chicago, everybody like lives in certain areas. So it's like Little Italy, there's Chinatown, there's Jewtown, there's like a Polish community. Um we actually, I mean, I get we don't say Polish town, but every little spot in Chicago, there's like a group where people live. Like it's like kind of like every little cultural group has some like segment of Chicago where they live. So that's just it's old. People don't really say that anymore. I mean, you do not want to come to Chicago and be calling you just say Jewtown, because people don't really say it like that. It's just like maybe amongst like my peer group, we might you might hear that, but basically that's because that's what it was called. That was literally where the a lot of Jews were. They had shops, they had little outdoor flea markets, and they would sell stuff, and they would also sell food. So yeah, I mean, I'm not condemning Jews when I say Jewtown. Okay, it's just a Chicago term that's from like an area, um basically between Halsted and Roosevelt. Okay, so this is the tent city under expressway, Cermak underpass. So I'm going fast. They actually put a porta potty down there. You can see the tent. I'm gonna promise you, they didn't have those. Actually, I've this is not my first time posting this. Now here's the thing. This is not my first time posting this. So actually, I have on my channel previous videos where I posted this actual same location. Everybody in Chicago already know, like basically under Cermak, there's like a homeless encampment. You know what I'm saying? Everybody from Chicago already knows it, that it's been like this for a while. It's not nothing new. If you from Chicago, you already like I say, you already know about this. So I actually posted this as a just a general small short video. I believe I posted this on my channel. I'm pretty sure I did. Let me try to find it and see if I can play this, because this is actually to show you in real time. Yep, it's below Canal Port. So this is a 39-minute video. This is 2 years ago. So if you think I'm bullshitting you, okay, this was 2 years ago. This is back when I had my Benz, and it was still running. Uh, so let me play this. This is 2 years. Okay, so let me put some banners up here. So this is two years ago. You can see the difference. This is in broad daylight, so you can really see it. This video is 2 years ago. All right, so let me stop this sharing. Okay, hold on. This is 2 years ago. I know that's a song. That's an R&B song by um damn that's like R. Kelly and Sparkle. Yeah. But yeah, this was 2 years ago. In case you didn't know about Sparkle, Sparkle was the chick that she gave her little niece or cousin up to R. Kelly. Basically, served her up like a platter for R. Kelly. Uh, in case you didn't know about that side of that story. So, this is 2 years ago. This is under Cermak. This is Canal Port, downtown Chicago, near where Maxwell Polish is. Okay, let me play. So you see a homeless person walking on the side of the street. I didn't get a really good side view because this is my dash cam, and this was January 6, 2020. But you can see a few tents or whatever. You can see. Then I'm gonna turn. Spirited, sexually liberated, the type of woman that really. I was listening to Alan Roger Curry. Feeling fair with. Just like money, no money. Nigga, short as respect. Other short as we was both throwing my crew on your neck. I'm on the freeway in the drop. They got me losing my breath. You're a dash with the bruise on the deck. It's a homeless person on the side before you get on the on ramp back on the expressway. So this was 2 years ago. Okay, 2 years ago. Okay, versus right now. Okay, this video here that I just played. So this is actual real time. You know, basically same count. Oh. It looked like damn near they filming a movie or something. There's so many damn outdoor tents and shit. It's like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm gonna stop that screen share, but that was a good showing of, like, real time what's going on in Chicago. I'm gonna show some statistics as far as what the homeless rate is in America. Okay. Um, Obviously, it's a huge issue. Um, it's something that is they talk about as far as in the Biden administration, as far as the sending money to Ukraine versus dealing with homeless populations in America. You know what I'm saying? So okay. All right. All right, so this is a pretty good stat tracker here. This is the endhomelessness.org. I'm gonna put this in the comment section here. Okay. Let me share this. This is State of Homelessness 2023. Okay. So basically they got, different states. So they got Illinois. Illinois is 9,212 people are experiencing homelessness. And that's just people they report. It's way more. I promise you it's way more than that. Okay. I would say it's about probably 10 times that amount. And that's just the whole state. Because see, here's the thing. This is what a lot of people don't know, right? Now, you have different degrees. You got different degrees as far as what people think, what people's definition of homelessness is, right? Okay. So what actually is homelessness is, right? And people don't probably notice is that even if you're sleeping on a family member's couch, even if you're sleeping on a friend's couch, right? You technically do not have a place for yourself. You are technically homeless. If you're living with friends and family and you're sharing a couch or sharing a living space with someone, you are technically homeless. A lot of people don't know that. I know a lot of people are, used to certain things and they get used to it and it's just no big deal. But yeah, you're considered homeless by definition if you're basically kind of like you're the couch man or the couch woman. You are technically homeless by definition. You don't have a place to live. If you don't have like a lease where you have some type of signed lease where you have some type of rental space that are you at least pay for and you have some type of rights, because even if you got a rental, you do have some type of rental rights. There's rental rights, right? Very limited, but you do have some rights as a renter. But if you don't have that, if you just basically, like I said, you're living with family, friends, sleeping on a couch or something like that, definitely don't have a space for yourself. You are, by definition, you can go get all the aspects of help that is out there, because by definition you're considered homeless. A lot of people don't know that. Okay, that is a fact. You are technically homeless if you don't have a place to live, that you have some type of rental agreement, standing rental agreement where they cannot just kick you out. You have some type of rental rights. You are technically homeless. Okay. Now, if you're living with your mom or your grandparents or whatever, you living with family, that is fine temporarily or whatever, even long term. That's fine. I'm not ragging on that. I'm talking about somebody that's transient, that is in between housing, like you're sleeping on your sister's couch temporarily, like I have. You're sleeping on a friend's couch temporarily. That's considered, yeah, that's considered being homeless. Okay, in case you didn't know. All right. So that's Illinois. They say it's about roughly about 10,000 people, 7.3 people per 10,000 is homeless. In California is higher, way higher. So they're saying 171,000 521 people are homeless, are experiencing homelessness. Thus again, it's always higher. I will bet $1,000 that the actual numerical stat for homelessness is higher than what's actually reported, because you got to think this is only people that actually report that they're homeless, meaning it's a survey, or someone has requested some type of subsidy or something, and they have reported themselves as being homeless. A lot of people struggle in silence. They don't try to get any subsidy or anything. They just try to hack it out and deal with it. And you got a lot of people that are disabled or mentally disabled, where they're not really functional, so they can't even report themselves even if they want to. So you could just say basically it's way more than over 171,000 people in California that's homeless, and that is even high. The reason why also is that California is a warm environment. Most people go to warm environments. If they are homeless, they go to warmer environments because it's just easier living. Living in the Midwest, living in Chicago, it's very hardcore, very harsh winters. It's a very short summer and spring. So people don't want to be homeless in Chicago, even though they are. They have, it's just not a desirable place to be. California, you got the beach, you got sun, you got warm weather. Um, it's a lot of things where being homeless there, it's more let's just say a possibility to be homeless. I guess it's not as bad as being homeless in Chicago. I'll just say that. Um, the other aspect of California, obviously, is that the cost of living. Okay, so this title is does renting make you homeless? So that's a good question that you got to ponder yourself, right? The whole rent versus buy thing. Okay, the rent versus buy argument. So here's the deal, right? And this is a question that I pondered myself again today. I said to myself, okay, um, if you didn't, what other options did you have besides this house, or any other house that you most likely would have had to fix up and put a lot of money into and all of that type of stuff, and deal with a lot of renovation costs and renovation projects and issues with that? And the answer is, like I said again, I had no other options. It was no other option. The only other option would have put me in a situation where I would have had to be renting. And here's the situation that usually goes with that renting aspect when it comes to me. This is me personally, and it's been a lot of other people as well. So everything is fine. I got money saved and everything like that, and I would continuously be able to save in that scenario, right? But if you followed my channel, you know what happened to me in around May of 2022. Um, yeah. my job situation turned from being full time to I got hella free time. Okay, and to make it so bad, okay, you like typically somebody has this same scenario. Oh, you go file unemployment, you get at least a quarter of your income or half of your income if you're lucky, right? I couldn't file any unemployment because I was a contract worker. And only time you were able to do that was during the pandemic, I think. And those benefits already dried up by the time I filed unemployment. So yeah, I got nothing but a cold sandwich and a pat on the back to say, maybe next time. So yeah, had I chose the route that most typically a lot of people take, especially a lot of black people, because black people are about 60% renters, okay? And yeah, most of the homeless in America are primarily black men and women, okay? If you didn't know that, that is an absolute fact. Most homeless in America are black men, and followed behind black men are black women.
Message.
So hell yeah, if I would have followed that play like I did before, I've had apartments. I've had about how many apartments have I had in my life? Started when I was about what 19. Yeah, so about I had about three apartments. I had three apartments, and I'd have to say all three of those apartments, it didn't really go too well. Um, yeah, and the last one was really a dumpster fire. So it's like basically I know from experience. Yeah, I don't like apartments and stuff like that. It's just not something that I enjoy. I don't like it at all. For various reasons, and also the whole concept is okay. Well, this is an end to nowhere. You'll never not stop. You'll never not stop paying rent. Rent is ongoing. It does not stop. It never stops. Okay. So you could have a illness. You could whether you're rich or poor, the fucking rent does not stop. You have a baby, you die, your children have to pay the next month's rent. Now I'm gonna give you a cold blooded story about that too, in case you didn't know, because a lot of you don't experience things. I mean, you might be younger, might be privileged somewhat or whatever. You've just not experienced it. Well, let me tell you about a little story about rent, right? And dying. Okay. Well, it just so happened, my sister actually died. She had a heart attack, a COVID-19 related heart attack, slumped over and died. Okay. Landlord, she had a house that she was renting, really, really nice house, upper middle class black community. Just, I mean, all things considered, she was trying to fit in as best as she could, and she did the best that she could. Okay, yeah. She buried her, had a funeral. The landlords like send their condolences. Did the landlord give a 1 month break? Like, hey, I know everybody, is grieving and blah, but you know what? I'm gonna give you a 30-day reprieve or 90-day reprieve because I know what's going on and blah blah. Nope, 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 nope. That fucking rent had to be in the mail by the following month, motherfucker. I promise you not. Before the worms start feasting on the body, the motherfucking rent had to be put in the mail. Because see, here's the thing: that house, That house in Country Club Hills, Illinois, that woman was out of town. She had a high ass mortgage, a high tax bill. Anybody that, probably over the age of 35 that lives in Cook County that has, had a home or have a home now, they already know about, South Suburban tax, the South Suburban tax roll of Cook County. And it's high, and in certain cities it's just astronomically high, and Country Club Hills is definitely one of those. And yeah, this woman had to pay tax bills, a mortgage. She needed a person in that fucking house every, paying rent, ongoing, okay, just to keep it to make ends meet. So yeah, it pretty much the rent bill still had to be paid. The following month it was paid, but then my nieces, they didn't know what to do financially. They were really spoiled. They know how to make money, but they just don't know how to. They didn't know how to manage it, so they had to learn. And yeah, they basically they had to move. We all had to move basically because it was they were the leading negotiators in that situation because that was my my sister's children, and they were primarily going to be the ones living there, so they had to work it out with the landlord. And they didn't know how to talk and all of that type of stuff. They came off like they were trying to make it a temporary rental where it was like month to month. That lady was like, nope, I already got somebody ready to go. This one in this place, and they were like, you know, they were gonna sign a long term lease and everything. Boom, okay. The next 30 days they were out of there. Everybody was out of there, and that was how that went. And it's not surprising. Rent, like I said, it doesn't stop. It's no reprieve. It's like every month. It's like the bill that is gonna come, and and it's like the thing is that that's one reason amongst many why I don't like the whole rental things. I really tried to avoid it, and I have, and I don't rock with the whole rental thing. Now, some people, they like, okay, they like renting because it's a financial strategy to help save money and not have some type of long-term obligation. uh I mean, even that, I don't okay, so for example, I had an ex-girlfriend. She was a high earner. Okay, she had that type of strategy where her thing was, you don't she didn't want to buy a house and have some type of long-term obligation, and also obligations to fix up a property, because yeah, when you own a property you have to fix the property up. You're under full responsibility of it. uh you know Paying taxes and all that stuff. Now, here's the thing with that. I can understand that if you are a millionaire. Okay, if you're a millionaire, I can understand that. If you're not a millionaire and you come from a family that's not millionaires too, I don't get that. That strategy doesn't work. Like, one of the things I could tell you as someone that is definitely an investor, an up and coming investor, aspiring, millionaire and all of that stuff. I can tell you every dollar that you have is supposed to go towards your freedom, your financial freedom, and it's supposed to go towards you becoming, financially successful. So if you're bullshitting, okay, it's your financial success and your financial freedom will be the same. Bullshit. Because here's the thing, right? So we used to argue, me and my ex, we used to argue about this shit. And it's like, it's really light work when it compared to, other women I've had relationships with. But I mean, yeah, we used to argue about this shit. And my thing was, paying $900 a month for a studio, very, very nice neighborhood, upper middle class neighborhood, primarily Caucasian. I mean, yeah, ski resort, surrounded by a ski resort and shit. It was some way out shit. It was like very, very, very tripped out, like winter wonderland type living. But at the end of the day, you're living in a studio, okay, paying $900 a month. Okay, and this is, let's just say this is like 2012, no, 2010, 2009-ish, 2011-ish, right? You paying $900 a month for a studio. Okay, the prices in the Chicagoland area at that time, she could have gotten a 3-bedroom, 2 house in that same area where it was like basically it's the western suburbs. She could have gotten a nice 3-bedroom, 2 bath house for slightly about $300 more as far as price, as far as a mortgage and everything. Um, Out like with taxes included, let's just say about $1,500 a month for a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom house. Technically, she could have lived there. She could have just rented it out, and then rent would have probably paid, most likely, her. If she wanted to live in the studio, the rent could have paid for the studio, and basically paid toward the mortgage. So it's like, you got to do certain shit like that if you really want to maximize your money. And I'm trying to really zero in on this. Basically what I'm saying is you got to kind of buy income. This is something that I'm really kind of thinking about more and more. You got to buy income. You got to use your income to buy income. You know, basically passive income to a certain degree, to where you making so much of passive income, you don't have to necessarily work no job, because working a job is like kind of like the hardest way to earn income. So if you got, like, let's, for example, a bunch of vending machines, you got a car wash, you got a laundromat, you got ATMs and stuff like that. That money that's made from that, it's work you got to do. It's no such thing as passive income to a certain extent, but you got to do some work. But you making money all the while, because you have these areas where you're earning income, and you don't have to go punch a clock and put in 8 hours and all of that type of stuff. So it's to a certain degree, it's not as much work. Certainly with a laundromat and a car wash, yeah, you do have to put in some work unless you pay somebody and train them how to run it. But technically, compared to working a full-time job, it's not as much, depending on what kind of car wash or laundromat you have. But that's another story for another day. Basically, what I'm saying is that's the type of kind of plays you have to make when you're trying to achieve a certain level, and basically pussyfooting around does not get you there. Even that's one option, right? Getting a 3-bedroom, two-bedroom house. And let's keep this in mind in this perspective. Those houses, I still remember back in 2010, and around the time Steve Jobs died, right? Those houses was like 200 grand. Okay, this is western suburbs, like near Naperville. If you're in the Chicagoland area, you already know what the prices of those are. If you would have if you would have bought that, if she would have bought one of those houses for like $200,000, now those houses is like $500,000. So it would have doubled as far as what the actual price is, and that she's been sitting on a $500,000 house, and already have paid quite a bit as far as the principal, and have a lot of equity in the house. So it's like, that's one option. Another option is if you prefer an apartment, could have got a condo, could have got a 1 bedroom condo or something like that, and pay HOA fees, and basically got it to where you just you get a condo for like 100 grand, and you pay that off, and you basically at a certain point you only just have to pay HOA fees. And the HOA fees might be, let's just say, like $600 or $700. You after you pay that $100,000 off, and you're talking like 15 years or less. Now all you got to do is pay HOA fees, and then you could sell the condo, and get more money for what it's worth, and all of that type of stuff. You don't want to just basically just pay rent. Is basically what I'm saying. Now, and that's for somebody. I'm talking about somebody making over $100,000 a year, stuff like that. Not everybody makes $100,000 a year and works in corporate America, works in different sectors and stuff like that. Most people make less than $75,000 a year. That is a statistical fact. That's what most people make in America. Less than $75,000 on average. Most people are making less than $75,000 a year. So it's not like you're just making over six figures, or close to $200,000 a year, working in corporate America. So that's not even, it's not even a factor for you. So the thing is that what happens when you lose your job? Okay, what typically happens is you have to move. You have to go live with family if you don't have any savings. If you have to go consolidate, maybe you have to live off of your savings if you did have some savings, and then your unemployment until you get another job. And you most likely you're kind of panicking a little bit, depending on your financial situation. So, and that's just for people that have savings. Most people don't have savings, right? So, about 40% of Americans have less than, actually 60% of Americans have less than $1,000 saved up. So you're not included in that. You're not. Most people are not even included in that conversation. I'm talking about, like 40% of Americans have, some type of savings to where they can kind of sit back for a month or two, or longer, and kind of live off their savings to take care of their cost of living. 60% of Americans don't have any savings. Okay. So they don't have any savings to fall back on. So basically, guess what? Now you have to do emergency move. You have to possibly face an eviction. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Okay. Florida also has 25, they're saying 25,000 people that are experiencing homelessness. That's 11.9%. 11.9 people per 10,000 people. Now, like I said, that figure I'm sure is higher, as far as the actual figure. And then you have also Georgia. It's kind of on the neck as far as the actual figures comparative to Illinois. But I'm gonna tell you, I've been to Georgia. I've seen the homeless there, and it's a lot of them. I would even say I saw more homeless people in Atlanta than I saw that I saw in Chicago, and I'm not making this up. So I know it's way more people than what's reported in Atlanta, in Georgia as well. You know, New York has a big homeless population as well. It has, they're saying, about 75,000 people that are experiencing homelessness, and that's 37.4 people per 10,000. Now, here's the thing: New York and LA have a high homeless population. Okay, so the places where there's high homeless population is they're saying is Vermont, Maine, in New York, California, and Oregon. Now, I think Oregon and then also Washington too. Okay. Now, the Western Seaboard is expensive. Just like the Eastern Seaboard is expensive, everywhere there's the sea is expensive. Okay. Just about. Okay. Like the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Okay. I mean, it's, you got to understand, you, wherever there's a seaport, there's freight coming in overseas, primarily China. And then on the East Coast you got Europe. So you got European goods, you got goods coming from all over the world, as well as on the West Coast. It's expensive because that's a value. It's a lot of value coming overseas through freight. And then also you have California has what? They have Hollywood. They have an entertainment industry. You know, New York has an entertainment industry, as well as a financial district. New York leads America as far as the leading financial district in America. Okay, so a lot of homeless people move to Oregon and they move to Washington. So it's like basically a lot of people are spreading on the upper part of the West Coast, and they're having a hard time with living cost of living. Okay, so let's open up. Let's open up. Okay, we got some comments. Okay, Cartel, California has the most homelessness. Yeah, yeah, that's what I said. Especially the Bay Area. Yep. Yeah, it's another guy. His name is Nino. Well, it goes by Quasi Nino. He's in the Bay Area, and he has an actual documentary where he's showing the homeless people in the Bay Area. So we're gonna look at, okay, we're gonna look at these blue states. Okay, again, um, we're gonna see. All right, what are we're gonna do rent versus buy analysis. Okay, and we're gonna see what the rents are, and what we're gonna see what the rents are, and what the price to buy for these different areas. I guess we could start with California. We could go with let's just put Orange. Let's put Orange County. We could start with California because it's the leading homeless population in America. Okay, so we're gonna go click rent. Okay, and see what rent prices are in Orange County, California. Okay, I'm watching. I'm old, not so much old, but I'm kind of cheap and I'm patient. So I'm literally just watching. I'm finishing up um Insecure. I'm on season 4 of of Insecure. You know what I'm saying? So Insecure is now on Netflix. So I'm actually watching Insecure on Netflix. So yeah, it's a lot of shows that I have not completed. I think, yeah, I just completed the what is that show? Power. I've completed Power, I think, like last year or a year and a half ago. So this is Orange County, California. Um, so I guess I don't know if that covers Los Angeles. Not quite sure. Let me see what Los Angeles um what county Los Angeles is in. Because I'm not sure if that's Orange County or where that is actually at. Oh, okay. So it's Los Angeles. Oh, okay. You know him personally. Oh, okay. Oh man, salute to you as well. Let's go put in instead of putting Orange County, we're gonna put in Los Angeles County because Los Angeles is actually a county. Okay. Or we could put in Los Angeles, California. So let me stop this. Let me share Los Angeles, California. Lowest price. Okay. So it looks like they're sharing rooms. So it's like for a room, like to share a property. I guess they splitting it by room. So it's like $600 a room, and you have to share an apartment. Um, so yeah, it's just pretty expensive because this is like in the hood. This is like you can get an apartment in an apartment by yourself, like a one. You used to be able to. I don't know now, but you used to be able to get like a one bedroom apartment all by yourself in like the hood of Chicago. You definitely can't it looks like yeah, it's kind of high. Uh for a studio it's like 800, it's looking like 700 to $800. Looks like you're sharing a space. If and it looks like yeah, you living in a hood. You live in smack dab in the hood. Like yeah, you're sharing spaces. You're spending like between 700 and $900 a month. Okay, so let's click on buy and see what we're looking at as far as what it will cost to buy in this Los Angeles area. So we got to change this to put Los Angeles County, California. Okay, so let's change this to low instead of relevant. Let's go to low. Um, Low to high. Let's close some of these windows out. Let's take away the land. Let's put single family. Let's just put single family. See what we working with. Okay. So this is very far out, looks like. I don't know how far this is, Lancaster, California. Not sure how far that is from like LA. Let me just put in Los Angeles because I'm sure it's relevant. I'm sure it's all relevant, but let's just put in LA just to put things in perspective. When you hear about the homeless, it's the Bay Area, and it's just like Los Angeles. Okay, typically, right? So this is very interesting. So this is what's very interesting to me, right? So look at this here. And this is a pending sale. This is crazy. This is fucking bananas. To live in like a makeshift shack house. Look like somebody, this look like some amigos went to Home Depot for about a few weekends and they created this house. Like this, like my mom would say, is a shell of a house. It's fucking 270. Somebody bought it for $272,000. Has a makeshift canopy, like garage, like type carport. That's like basically a tent carport, and the house is literally just looks like a fucking shack. This would be considered a shack. If it was in Mississippi, it would be a shack. If it was in Robbins, Illinois, it would be considered a shack. Just because it's in Los Angeles, California, it don't mean it's not a shack. This is a fucking shack that's 207. And I'm not talking about Shaquille O'Neal that played for the LA Lakers and the Orlando Magic and other teams. I'm talking about an actual fucking shack, like not even Radio Shack, an actual shack in Los Angeles, okay, that's listed as a one bed, one bath. That probably, I don't know how the fuck they built this shit. They probably built it before it was like housing codes in LA and stuff like that. Probably was getting all kind of letters from the housing code department, because it's like, damn, I mean, how the hell did they pull this one off? But they pulled it off. Yeah, it's somebody wanted to buy it. $272,000. Like, okay, I'm gonna go shoot over to Illinois real quick, and I'm gonna show you what you can get for 200 and about that same price. So I'm gonna put in Cook County, okay, just to put things in perspective, okay. Put in Cook County, Illinois, all right. And I'm gonna start it off at about the price, that same price, about 200 and let's put $272,000. Okay. Um. Now let's start that off. Let's start that off at $272,000. Okay, and then let's just put $500,000. Let's just for perspective. Okay, let's put low to high. No, and then the same thing, single family home, regular single family home. Okay. All right. So this is what you can, and definitely that shack. You definitely that's the hood. That's Vatos Locos, all that stuff, man. Hood, Crips, Bloods, all that. Definitely in that shack is, you have to, man, pray that your children can make it to school, and back safely on time. Definitely. So this right here is about the equivalent in Cook County, Illinois, Chicago area. Now I know exactly where this is. Know the neighborhood. This is basically a middle class white suburban neighborhood. And when I say white, I put in a significance when I say white, because when I say white, that means that what does it mean when I say white versus if I say an upper middle class black community, or if I just say a middle class black community versus if I say a middle class white community. Okay, when I say middle class white, The significance is basically, typically, it's surrounded by other upper middle class white communities. It's like a small enclave amongst other suburban communities that are white, that are like in between upper class, upper middle class, and middle class. Hanover Park is more of a mixed middle class community, uh, whites, little Asian, Hispanic, black, so yeah, it's very, very much middle class. It's very, very safe, very good school districts, and this is what you get for $272,000. And look how big this house is. You get a house, a big old house with garage, central air, central heating. Look at the door. This is a door. When you go to this door, somebody has a little change. Somebody has a little bit of money by that door. Okay. You can tell that's a custom, somewhat semi-custom door. Okay. Basically, this door is about $1,000 at Home Depot. The door alone. Okay. uh Attached garage, very, very nice home, very a lot of room. I mean, the kitchen of course needs some updating. The paint is very, I mean, whoever decided to go with red, yeah, it definitely needs some new paint, but it's not bad. Okay. This is what you get for that. So it's it's just to put things in perspective. Oh, okay. We got on the spot live. What's going on the spot? Oh, you said Lancaster. I'm so behind on my chats. I didn't even know anybody was. I was so busy looking at the listings. I didn't even see. So Lancaster is about an hour from LA. Wow. Okay, that makes sense. It looks like it's about an hour away from LA. Uh, yeah, yeah, yep. What's going on? I summoned you, man. I summoned you up. I was talking about what Cartel was talking about earlier with the Bay Area and homelessness. This a live stream is basically my theory is that renting leads to homelessness. Okay, just my theory. Now, I don't necessarily I'm probably the only person that has said anything like this. I'm pretty sure some other people, but I do think it's a theory that renting it's kind of risky in the long run. In the short term, it's okay. I say it's okay, but it's for a long term strategy. It goes into the risky territory, and then I'm kind of slowly breaking it down why. But basically, I was talking about the different prices as far as what you get in California and Los Angeles, which is kind of very expensive real estate versus in Illinois. um and basically I'm gonna go to next. I'm gonna go to Oregon. I'm gonna look at Oregon because the hot spots of homelessness in America is New York, basically Washington, Oregon, and California. Now, for some reason or not, Alaska is on that list too, and Hawaii. Okay, actually, Hawaii is very dark blue. It has a significant amount of homelessness. So I might not be able to get to all of them. I actually talked about Hawaii. Hawaii actually, believe it or not, I guess I can show Hawaii real quick again, but Hawaii actually, the thing with Hawaii is Hawaii actually has the highest cost of living, even more than California. A lot of people don't know that. Hawaii actually has a more of a higher cost of living than California, and is facing and is facing basically a deficit as far as home ownership, because if you think people can't deal with the cost of California, they definitely can't deal with Hawaii. And Hawaii is a tourist destination. Basically, it's like it's a tropical paradise. So it's a tourist destination by default, and it's very, 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 very expensive. And what's going on in Hawaii is kind of interesting, because Hawaii actually is not. It's a state of the United States, but historically it was like a province. It was taken over. Hawaii is from the people of Oahu, that they had a king, a queen. These are people, okay, and they're an indigenous people of Hawaii. They're getting replaced by basically capitalism. I don't want to laugh, but I mean it's fucking crazy, because it's like, okay, it's like, for example, it would be like the equivalent of a Puerto Rican. A Puerto Rican is a native of the island of Puerto Rico, okay, and it might be even going on there. I'm pretty sure probably the same things, very similar issues there. So the natives are getting replaced by people who have money. Like, for example, Mark Zuckerberg, he owns like all of the houses that are near wherever his house was. He just bought every house that was near his house in Hawaii. Um, that type of stuff, that that basically, a lot of people cannot compete with that. The native people of Hawaii cannot compete with that. The average person can't compete with that, so they get basically driven out. You know, so yeah, these houses are like, yeah, basically, my mom used to say will be a shell of a house. These are like, kind of like makeshift shacks. I mean, this is, me and on the spot can build one of these and like, what, the equivalent of a month. It's just basically a one bedroom um shack. It's like you can go to Home Depot, and I'm not a master builder, but I'm a pretty good handyman. I can even build it better than this, especially if I got the help. If I got on the spot helping me, I could probably make it look a little fancy. So it's like, this is like little shacks and stuff like that. But it starts getting ridiculous when it gets, you start seeing it getting higher. Basically, when you go out of, the shack style looking house, I mean, it starts to get really, really expensive. These are little like makeshift little like shacks, and they're very, starting to get really, really costly as I go higher. And I could just, I can go outside of one bedroom. Let's just go 2+ bedrooms, just to see how this thing goes. It's not that many homes for sale as well. And these are still little shacks. Just kind of stuff probably the people that live there, they built themselves. Um, it doesn't look that expensive, but I guess it's different islands and stuff like that. But these are not really like substantial houses. I have yet to see a typical modern American house. These are like houses you'll probably see in Florida, certain parts of Florida. I mean, and they're very costly comparison to for a house that just kind of looks like this. I'm pretty sure these houses didn't cost this much, 5 or 10 years ago. I mean, this is starting to kind of look like a regular house somewhat. It's like $200,000. I'm still seeing kind of like, like looks the equivalent of a Florida swamp house, basically is what these looks like. And it's still costly. So I don't know if like Hawaii has a Home Depot or anything like that. Maybe they do, but this is an island, so everything is imported. They have to get everything freighted in because it's a remote island. Okay, so yeah, it's comparatively speaking, you gotta think, right. This might not be high if you live in California. If you're a New Yorker, it's not high to you, but you gotta think a person that's from a villager from Hawaii that they make freaking sugar cane. They make tiki torches. They're not high income earners. They can't afford to live in these places. That's why the homeless rate is high. Like these are remote islands. People are tour guides, and they probably might do some snorkeling or something. I mean, whatever they can do to survive on this island, they do it. It's not like there. It's like New York or even California. It's Hawaii. It's not that much as far as like work and stuff like that to do. It's just it's an island. So these people are getting replaced. The local Hawaii people are getting replaced. This kind of somewhat looks like a modern house, but it's kind of like that. But Hawaii is connected to the Japanese. The Japanese use Hawaii as like a place where they used to uh, keep their ships. Because a lot of people don't know Japan had a historical naval fleet, and they used to use Guam, they used to use Hawaii as a base for their ships, and the Hawaiian people genetically are they share genetics with the Japanese because they're Asiatic people. Okay, so the Japanese, came to the island. They would land on the island. They would trade. Um, Basically, the United States just beat the Japanese as far as what they used to do. They just basically they just copied them and outdid them. And of course, the Japanese did the kamikaze mission with Pearl Harbor, and that sealed the fate. But I guess they already saw what was coming. Their actual dynasty or dominance in the world was going to die out. So that was their way of like kind of committing suicide. It's like a suicide mission. So yeah, these are houses that are not really that fancy, honestly, and they're very, very expensive. Even for my standards. I mean, these are very, very expensive. So if you could see, these people are definitely having issues with that is concerned. And I don't have any price in as far as things. Now I could put in rent just to see what they're dealing with as far as rent prices. You know, in Hawaii, I can see what's going on. Pretty sure it's probably most likely, high rent costs. You gotta think. I mean, it's Hawaii. Yeah, it's crazy. Like the rent tells the story. Actually, when I click rent, the rent actually tells it tells. Wait, not so quite. Let me change this to low price before I jump out the window on that. Let's see here. Yeah, it still tells me, still tells me the same story. Cause see, this is actually to rent in Hawaii, it costs more to rent than it does in California. You know, it's more the prices for rent is actually more than in Los Angeles area. So yeah, they literally getting priced out. Even on rentals, they're priced out. Okay. It costs more for them to rent in Hawaii than in California. It's ridiculous. It's utterly, this is like astronomical. Okay. Even in California, even in Los Angeles standards, this is really, really high. But you got to think, people people have Airbnbs. They have, if you got an apartment in Hawaii, Hawaii is a destination for honeymooners. So me and on the spot get married, we want to go to Hawaii. You know, that's the number one destination for honeymooners, new couples, current couples. Blah blah blah. I'm just joking. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that you got an apartment in Hawaii. I mean, people want to have an intimate, personal experience. That's what Airbnb is good for. That's why they are killing it, right? So you're gonna make your money hand over fist because you got people flying in the Hawaii day every day, and they need a place to live. They might not want the hotel experience. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the actual rental prices tell the story of why Hawaii is just literally it's even worse than California. I mean, it's up there because it's Hawaii has a smaller population than California. So um you got, for some reason, I gotta look into this because it's saying Alaska is very is dark blue. So I've never looked at Alaska real estate. I have absolutely no interest in Alaska. I mean, don't get me wrong. In case you probably didn't know, I am a grimy dude. I can get grimy, but I don't necessarily have any aspirations to move to Alaska. Um, and fare it out in actual cold climate where you got to have a wood stove. If you don't have a wood stove, you'll die. If you don't have no fireplace, if you don't know how to hunt, you know, it's like remote parts of Alaska. Um, so I don't know why. I'm gonna click on the more information tab because I have no freaking idea why Alaska is having homelessness issues. Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. What's going on in Alaska? Okay, and I might have to search to see what's going on. Okay, so I gotta do some research real quick on this. I never hear anything about Alaska. You notice you don't hear anything about um you don't hear about Alaska, you don't hear about Hawaii. Okay. I've never heard of any problem in Alaska as far as homelessness. I just never heard of it. So they have another site that talks about the different states as far as comparisons of homelessness. So this is interesting. Let's see where Alaska fares with this within this chart here. Alaska is not okay. Alaska's 35th. So okay, this site is saying something totally different than this other site. So let me share my screen again. And I want to show what this is. Um, I want to actually share this chart, this table here, see what's going on. Um, this is 24/7 Wall Street. So they got this chart, this table here. Okay, we already know about California. This is interesting because this is saying something a little bit different than the map that I have. So, as in ranking, and this is fairly new. This is from 2022. It's got California number one. Okay, we've already broke that down to a certain extent. Um, if for some reason or not, it's got Mississippi as number two as far as homelessness. Outside of California, I never heard. Have any of you heard of Mississippi? Any news reports on Mississippi's homelessness? You hear California all the time. You don't hear Hawaii. I know I've talked about Hawaii, um, uh, probably within a year or so. Because it's one of the things that I do focus on is homelessness. Why do I focus on homelessness? Um, I would say it's kind of somewhat it goes into fascination type stuff, and it's something to watch. I believe it is something to watch because the thing about it is homelessness is kind of related to poverty rates. It's related to the unemployment rates, crime. All of this stuff goes hand in hand. You don't you want to watch, places where it's homeless. It's like a sizable homeless population. In case, for example, let's say you're moving somewhere. You don't want to move nowhere where it's a bunch of homeless people. I promise you, that's not something you want to do. So it would behoove of you to kind of pay attention, even if it's just you driving around, you looking at a property, and then you see a bunch of tents and stuff like that. It's just not something you probably want to deal with. But yeah, Mississippi is number two, and that's kind of strange because I was trying to look at Alaska because the map is saying Alaska is like it's a big deal, but this chart is saying Alaska is not a big deal. Alaska is it's got Alaska as number 35, I think last I saw. Yeah, so Alaska is outside of Illinois. Because I know Illinois has a sizable homeless population. In the greater Cook County area or the greater Chicagoland area, yeah, it's a lot of homeless people. Okay. Um, you know, not like California, but it has quite a bit of homeless. But I never heard of anything about Alaska. But now I'm tempted to look at Mississippi because I was gonna go into Oregon and also Washington. And I mean it's got Georgia on there. Like I said, I've been in Atlanta. It's a lot of homeless people that I saw in Atlanta, and I'm sure it's more now You know what I'm saying? So that was back in 2014. So I'm sure it's a lot of homeless people, more homeless people now in basically the Atlanta metro area. So let's look at Mississippi real quick, because this is saying number two behind California, and definitely third um is Hawaii. So let's look at Mississippi. Let's uh let's see what's going on, because I'm trying to figure this out. Because let's look at because Mississippi has basically it has some of the cheapest real estate in the United States. It has, some of the cheapest real estate known to man, like in the United States. It's like one of the poorest states in the United States, and it has very, very cheap real estate. So let's look at Mississippi. Uh, let's look at okay. Let's look at Jackson. Let's go to Jackson. That's about. I don't really know that many places in Mississippi, but I do know Jackson. Okay, so let's see here. What's going on here? Okay, Jackson. Okay, property values. Okay, let's relevant listings. Let's look at low. Let's just see what's going on here. Jackson, Mississippi is of course where uh Deion Sanders was coaching Jackson State. Okay, so I guess they have some type of boom. But this is okay. Jackson real estate prices is very similar. This is like Gary, Indiana, as far as like this is what the prices of Gary, Indiana looks like. Now, what's going on as far as like people and unemployment and stuff like that. I don't know that much about that. People certainly, there's some type of if their ranking is number two as homeless, it has to be some type of employment issue, something going on if people are dealing with homelessness in Mississippi at a high rate, as it's saying. So it has to be some type of big deal. Okay, so this is very, very inexpensive. But see, here's the thing: this might be inexpensive to you because, okay, and to me, I got Chicago money. I work in Chicago. I work in the Loop. I got Chicago money in Indiana. I'm balling. Okay, in Gary, Indiana, I don't. I'm got Chicago Loop money in Gary, Indiana. Okay, I got Chicago Loop money, and I'm looking at Jackson, Mississippi apartments. Okay, somebody in Jackson, Mississippi, they got Jackson, Mississippi money. Like they, be unemployed. Okay, let's look at the unemployment rate. Let's see. I could drill down. Let's go to city data. The city data should tell me what's okay. Just for example, what's going on in Jackson, Mississippi. Let me look at the comments. See what's going on. Okay. What's going on? Friends issues as mismanagement of money will make you homeless. Oh, definitely. Oh man, I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to look at what's going on, man, with this you know this homeless situation all across the country. They say that's crazy. I used to live in ATL and was never. Oh, she said she got a college friend. Um, I have a college friend from Alaska. Okay. Yeah, maybe I don't know if you still talk to her. Maybe if you could find out what's going on in Alaska, you could kind of maybe fill me in on that. As far as what's going on, as far as homelessness in Alaska. I'm going to drill down on Jackson, Mississippi, and see what's going on as far as their demographics. Do some investigation, see what's going on. So let me share my screen. I'm gonna try to look at the comments, Nino. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link shortly. Yeah. So let me share my screen real quick and talk about let's look at Jackson, Mississippi. Let's see. They listed as number 2 as far as the most homeless in America. Nobody talks about this. You ain't seen this on Facebook news story. You ain't Lester Holt, you ain't seen no reports on Nightline, man. I mean, come on, man. I mean, like, what I'm saying? That's why I do stuff like this, because I don't want to just talk. I want to give you the data. I want to give you what's reported. People are reporting these. They got tons of non-for-profits that deal with homelessness in America. They got study groups. They got think tanks. I mean, this is a big deal, man. I think in Illinois, the governor, J.B. Pritzker, just signed a bill to spend so many millions of dollars or billions towards homelessness in just Illinois. I mean, homelessness is a big issue. They got a lot of money and focus towards it. So, I've never heard anything about no damn Mississippi as far as being homeless. You got other people. I think what was it, Citizen Lou? I think he's from Mississippi, or his family's from Mississippi. Like, I mean, I haven't heard anything. Now, I did hear that he say it was a bad, like, Jackson, Mississippi was really, really ghetto and rough, but I didn't hear anything about any homelessness. It's the first I've heard of this. Like, like I say again, like a lot of times when I go do, like, content or research or whatever for content, where I'm literally live presenting stuff, I learn while I'm presenting, because I never heard of any of this. There isn't a lot of homelessness in Alaska due to the climate. Yeah, it's like, okay, so according to, I'm gonna put this in the chat again. I put this in the chat earlier. This is what I was first looking at, and this is like some, like, I guess study group or whatever, or some type of non-for-profit is in homelessness .org. So they're reporting that, basically it's a very high percentage of homeless in Alaska. Okay, Alaska has a small population, obviously. Who wants to? Okay, I'm a grimy dude. I can get grimy, and I prefer things to not be grimy, but I can get grimy, and then I can, like, shine up and glow up and all of that. It's certain people that they ain't no glowing up, ain't no shininess about them. They're just grimy. Yeah, they can deal with Alaska. Bears, moose, mountain lions, wolves, coyotes, all of what Alaska provides. And it's called the great outdoors for a reason. And it's like, yeah, the climate, you thought Chicago was bad as far as the coldness. Yeah, move to Alaska and see how cold it gets. They don't have dog sled teams and dog sled, it's transportation for no reason. I mean, Alaska, you better have a rifle just to save you from a bear attack. And the moose are just as aggressive. So the bears alone in Alaska are enough to basically, drive most people away. Now, America used to be just like Alaska. Everything was wild. Okay, if you want to ever get back to that, where the reason why they start killing all these animals and making it all domestic and all of this, where you can walk outside and there's no wildlife or nothing like that, is because people that want their kids to get eaten up, by a bear or a mountain lion or whatever. Well, if you want that life, all you have to do is just move to the remote parts of Alaska, and you can have that life where, yeah, little Timmy go outside without your permission. That's the last you'll see of little Timmy, because it's literally the wild is outside, literally like bears, groups of bears, groups of wolves. I mean, and they're, it might be rabid, they might have rabies, they, might be hungry, you know what I'm saying? And you got to deal with that, and little Timmy better have a shotgun, better have a rifle. And I'm talking about little Timmy's only 9 years old, so that's one of that's another reason why people just don't move to Alaska. It's not something that people do. Alaska has, I think they have the Inuits and stuff like that, the people that make Eskimos and stuff. So yeah, it is. I don't know. I mean, it's coming on the reports. Don't know why. Never heard it. Here's the thing. I've never heard anything about Alaska with homelessness. Never heard anything about even Mississippi. Okay. Never heard of it. This is the first I've heard of this. I mean, I literally clicked on my my StreamYard, and I got an educational lesson. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm sure Alaska is beautiful. I mean, it's this chick that I was, looking at, I've been divorced since 2000, about 2018. She was from, it was a black chick from Alaska. It's black people that live in Alaska. She moved here, and I mean, she was gorgeous. She just didn't choose me. But man, yeah, it is people that actually live in Alaska. It's a black population in Alaska, and everything. I've never heard anything. I mean, Alaska is one of those places that you do want to visit. Like you're saying, like they got the Aurora Borealis, they got these northern lights, these lights where it'll be like 12 o'clock at night, but it look like it's daytime. Yeah, you wanna. It's like, even in America, you don't need no passport. You can go to Alaska, you can go to Hawaii without a passport. It's like stuff you'll see that you'll never see anywhere. I mean, it is beautiful. Um, you definitely want to know what you're doing. I mean, definitely in Alaska. You better be able to deal with the cold. I'm from Chicago, so I can, I've been in Minnesota. I got family in Minnesota. Minnesota gets colder than Chicago, Wisconsin and stuff like that. So, I'll probably be more used to it than somebody else. But yeah, I mean, this places, man, even Atlanta, I mean, even Georgia is like, it's beautiful, man. I've been to that, it's like that a mountain, I forgot what it's called. Yeah, Stone Mountain. Man, that was crazy. Seeing those Confederate statues on the side of the mountain. It was wild. People are getting grants and are not using the money for the cause and have at least six figures. Yeah, that's that, they call that poverty pimping. Yeah, they get these grants, and then they don't pass it on to where they help the people out. You supposed to they're supposed to have oversight. It is people that have gotten arrested, and they were taking the funds for grants that they received, and they didn't use it. They misappropriated the funds. You can go to prison for misappropriating grant funds. See, and that's that goes in a conversation about these cats talking about grants and starting businesses and stuff like that with grant money. Well, if your grant money is allocated towards a certain expense, which some grants they are. You misappropriate that funding, you're dealing with the federal government, and their money, and they will lock you up and put you in prison. You better believe it. Ask those PPP people. They getting thrown up. They dealing with that right now as we speak. Oh yeah, man. When I can be, yeah, man. I can get grimy, man. When I got to, I roll up my sleeve, man, when it get dirty and everything, and then I could clean up. Um, I could work. I've worked blue collar jobs and white collar jobs. I work more blue collar jobs than I've had work white collar. Been close up on a black bear in South God dog in Lake Tahoe, and was looking at me, and I was looking at him, and I was in my car. Oh, he was in your car. As I drove, he started to run on the side racing the car. Damn! Woo, shit! That would be, man. That would be that. That would be that. That's crazy right there. That is crazy. Look, I mean, glad you was in the car. Definitely glad you was in the car, man. Yeah, they can run. A bear can run. I think they say about 30 miles an hour, and it's no escape. They can climb a tree. So if you try to climb a tree, they can climb a tree. They climb trees very well. So I mean, they're a super prey. I mean, the North American bear is the apex predator. Okay, so in Africa, the lion, right, is the apex predator. In America, in North America, the bear is the apex predator. Okay, only thing beside him is the humans and wolves. And he outspeeds both. A human without a gun, he ain't got no chance. Only thing separate a human from a bear is the fact that he got a gun with a rifle with some bullets. A gun with some bullets in that, and then preferably anything above 40 caliber. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. North America is got bears. Now, it's some on the East Coast, like New Jersey, I think Colorado, they got bears. And believe it or not, here's the fucked up thing, right? I'm a Bears fan. Chicago Bears, man. They in training camp now. They got your boy from Georgia, um, you know, Justin Fields. They in training camp right now. Okay, here's the irony about Bears, right? Bears used to be in Illinois. They killed all of them. Wisconsin has bears. Wisconsin has a bear population of black bears. I believe black bears. Illinois does not have any bears, but has the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears rival is Green Bay Packers, which is in Wisconsin, and they have bears. I mean, that's crazy. That's like an oxymoron. So I'm like, man, I like things to go with everything. So I'm like, shit. I mean, but see, here's the thing: Wisconsin is very, very remote. Wisconsin has a lot of forests. It's very, very remote. All the people pretty much live in Milwaukee. Outside of Milwaukee, you have a lot of remote towns and small towns, and it's primarily a bunch of people in woods trying to survive. And it's primary is a lot of habitat, a lot of trees, so the bears can live in there. Illinois doesn't have that much forest preserve as Wisconsin does, but yeah, Wisconsin has bears. I don't know about Indiana. I don't think Indiana has no bears, but yeah, they still there. Yeah, it was. I still got video footage, man. When I was on Stone Mountain, it was mostly black people at Stone Mountain. It was mostly black people there. visiting that mountain. If you would have freaking failed, that would have been it. It would have been it. Like you could fall over, that you're literally on top of the mountain. So any false move, you would have, wind gusts, anything, that would have been it. But I'm gonna drop the link for you or anybody else that wants to, talk about this. You got some perspectives, dialogue. That's the link is there. I'm opening up Jackson, Mississippi here. I'm trying to figure out, what's going on in Mississippi. Like I said, ain't nobody I've heard talked about Mississippi homeless population. I mean, according to this other, let me drop this link here. According to Wall Street 24/7 Wall Street, Mississippi is in crisis as far as homeless. And I ain't never heard anything about it. Okay, heard nothing. So it's number 2 besides California, even before Hawaii. So let me go down to the actual like poverty rates and stuff like that, and that'll tell me kind of what's going on. Medium household income is kind of low as far as what I see. Let me see what's going on as far as okay. So unemployment is 3%, but the state of Mississippi is on par with the state of Mississippi. So I mean that's not not anything abnormal there. Let's see here. See anything else? Drinking water. Okay, population. Okay, they have a high not married population. Yeah, they have it's like 51% never married, 10% divorced. So it's about 60, looks like about close to 60 to 70% non-married for whatever reason. So people are not, necessarily traditionally partnered up. Now, I will say this. Here's the thing about this is why I'm pro-marriage. This is why I'm pro-marriage, and I talk about marriage on my channel. This is one of the reasons why. Okay, it's basically math. 1 + 1 = 2. 1 only equals 1. I mean, it's a it might sound like caveman logic, but I'm dead serious. Like if I make whatever I make, right, and I have a woman that makes close to what I make, even if she makes half of what I make, that's more than what I have by myself. So having someone else there that also contributes money as well as time, being able to put in labor. For example, like if you have someone that you're married to, that person can help you out with their actual labor, their actual energy, whatever. It's like having a 4 hands versus having 2, 4 legs versus having 2, so it's like a lot of things that as far as having a helpmate, you're going to be more productive with 2 people versus by yourself. So women the same thing. They need somebody to help them out. So yeah, this is definitely something that is telling the tale. So 70% non-married, and this is Jackson, Mississippi. So that would tell the tale. That is one red flag right there that I noticed just from looking at the data. Okay, okay, this is Jackson, Mississippi is primarily Democrat. Okay, I'm gonna get out of there. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get out of there. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's see here. I'm still trying to go to the poverty rates and all of that. Okay, I hear you coming up. Let me bring you on up. What's going on, Nino?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm glad you covering this because there's no place in the spaces that we frequented covering these topics, and you haven't said much about no relationship other than talking about marriage and why it's important, financially,
Yeah,
up to
financially.
that.
From a financial perspective, I haven't really talked about all of the other. I mean, I have, but from a financial perspective, it's a no brainer. I mean, I can just end it there. As far as financially speaking, it's I'm not saying if you got someone that's abusive, someone that's toxic that you don't get along with, of course you're not supposed to be with somebody like that. But I mean, if y'all have some type of communal collective understanding, you both will contribute to each other, and then that leads to more productivity. So yeah, I glanced over what I was looking for. It's at the top. It's got a medium income lower than the average state, and this is just Jackson, Mississippi, that I'm looking at. Um, the poverty rate is 32%. Okay, so bingo. So we got 70% non-married. First red flag or exhibit A. Exhibit B. Um,
Exhibit.
the the medium income is about roughly over $10,000. The medium income for the entire state of Mississippi, which is about 48,000. To Jackson is 35, and also we got a poverty rate that is 32%, which is pretty. That's pretty high. So yeah, that would explain something. But like you said, I haven't heard anything about Mississippi at all. I haven't heard anything from the news reports. I haven't heard anything from CNN or whatever. Somebody's lying. Okay. One of these, that's why I dropped both of these links. Somebody is misinformed or leaving something out. Um, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
because
go.
because it is kind of confusing because only place that promotes Mississippi would be the school, Jackson State University, or
Yeah.
telling, hey, you should send your child here to school, but meanwhile, they still live in ancient there. And when I say ancient, and racism going to be everywhere, but number one, racism, because I ain't gonna lie, when I drove through there, I felt it. I felt it. I
Oh,
felt all that. Emmett Till, everything. So
yeah.
I'm like, it's nothing. It's just like Alabama, and it
Yeah.
is poor. But then again, you got some people, especially white people, they're there, and they're saying that they're okay with living happily below their means. But the black folks that are there, they're constantly voting, but they don't even know the programs that are available for them.
Mhm. Okay. So I'm going into Oregon now. I'm going to Portland. Okay. Portland is 4, and like I say, it's on that western seaboard, and it is next to California, next to Washington, where I'm going to go next. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on as far as you know why people so more it's a high unemployment. I mean, basically homeless
It's the
rate
highest
in
paid. It's the highest paid, and it's also one of the highest places to stay as well. A lot of they have issues, but I know people do leave California and go to Portland,
Okay.
Oregon. You
Okay.
know, it depends on the job that you're in.
Okay. Okay. So that's what I said. That's what I said. And that's what other people have said. I think it's a guy. There's a guy called Super. He used to be in the space years ago. Super Triz. I don't know if he's still making content or some people, man, they get busy, man. They go start a family, you know, they go start, you know what I'm saying? They start a whole new life away from YouTube, or they get bored of YouTube and they leave YouTube and just start a whole nother life, man. And they might
Well,
come back. I mean, but it happens.
but you know what though, bro? The thing is, the conversations that we used to have back in the day are no longer like they are. Like what we're talking about now, men that are building. You know, we have people like Alonzo Hall. We got She. We got a couple other brothers. You know, that are very smart. You know, I talk about certain issues outside of
Yeah.
um, marriage and who you're dating, who you're having sex with. Those are the things I don't talk about. And the reason why I don't talk about them because I think that first there's levels to this shit. You need to first figure out how to become a
Yeah.
leader, and becoming a leader meaning having your finances in order, own a home, own have some property, you know. And I know you always, you know, since I've known you, you've always talked about those things, and those are the things that get ignored. And first of all, we need to know if our mental health is together. We need to also be honest about our actual physical health, you know. Because a lot of men they talk about not being able to vet women, not able being able to have women. But hey, man, what is your status? What is your health like? We got to learn how to be honest about that as black men. You know, are you do you have
Yeah.
cancer? Do you have TB? Are you HIV positive? You know, all of that, and not be ashamed about it.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is that you're right. And I'm one of the only brothers in this space that correlated what you just said. I correlated with what your earnings, like as far as if you're not earning much and you're struggling, that correlates to your dating life, your dating and mating life. I mean, unfortunately, you know, it does. Some people are like, no, you got some guys that don't make no money and they going through women, Um, but on average, I don't that might be, a couple guys here and there, but not everybody is like that. I know a couple guys that I went to high school with. Yeah, they were like that. Even now they got degrees that, one of my homies, he was like that, but he's a teacher and he's got a degree. He actually sells real estate in the Chicago area as well. Um yeah, I mean, not for every one of him. And my other guy, he's a gimp. He walked like a pirate with a wooden leg because he was actually born prematurely. And
You know what, man? I ain't trying to be funny, but boy, you that ain't
I
funny.
swear to God, hey,
But you're a crazy deal, boy.
one of my homies, man, he had told me he was actually the guy that put in on my house. We was supposed to go half, but he kind of gave up on me. I ain't gonna say his name, but I mean, basically, he was born a month pre. He was born about 8 months premature. He was basically a science. He was 1 pound when he was born. He was born extremely premature. He basically was in incubator in the hospital for about a year till he came home, and he had some birth defects from that. One of those was he had a gimp leg. But I'm gonna tell you, man, this dude, when I've been listening. I've been listening to
He's very smart.
Platinum Elite, man. He say mouthpiece. All of them dating guys, man, they talk about mouthpiece or talking or speak saying, talking to women. One thing I say about my homie that got a gimp leg and whatnot, he had no problem with women. I would even say, in certain regards, there's many times that he, he lucked up for the night. I didn't, and I wouldn't. I didn't feel too fondly of that. But and he was a gimp. Now he was kind of light skinned, had some like some kind of different color eyes. He was fine. He was fine. The women were fond of him. But the thing is, he was he would talk to women with no fear and hardly whatsoever, and he had no problems getting women. A lot of men like myself are self conscious of getting rejected or
But you
you
know
know
what, though? That's a good thing that you say that, bro, because a lot of men can't say that. But I don't think you have had a problem with women. You know, we talk,
No,
on and off.
I fare better than most. The average guy, he ain't getting hardly no women whatsoever, no prospects. I ain't not like that, but like I'm just saying, the average. But just to say that, just because guys, ain't got no money, for the guys that's going through women that don't have no money, though, what I'm saying is those are rare. Those are rare men. Most men are anywhere between how I am, or even kind of on a have even more problems talking to women and stuff like that, or they're not going through women like that, because I don't just talk to every woman I see, Nino. I mean, not every guy is a flirt like that. So it's like
Yeah, and then you also got women that don't understand that either. Just because you being nice, it don't mean you're trying to get in her pants or
yeah,
or get something from her. And you today is so bad to where you can't even speak to
yeah.
certain women. One guy was like, "Hey, you too busy thinking I'm trying to talk to you and you ignoring me and your car's on fire." Oh, could you help me?
Right, yeah,
So
yeah, it's
everything ain't got to be that. But let me say this real quick before we
yeah,
get too far off.
yeah.
I want to address what you said about uh uh uh. I want to go back to when I said first steps of just really yeah, money do play a part in you having a relationship, successful marriage or whatever. But I know guys that are living happily below their means and they happy. When I look at people who are happy
Yeah.
versus people who are struggling, do you
Yeah,
want to be happy or do you want to struggle financially?
I would rather be happy.
Me too.
I wouldn't, yeah. But to me, I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna say I am happier than what most people have. I will say that most people wouldn't be. It don't take that much to make me happy. I mean, most people are not content with what I probably would be content with. But
Yeah, and it's probably too because of where you come from, brother. Me and you both got a Nigerian background, so you had parents to rear you in the area where you value yourself more than things. Things are just things. They help. Trust me. I mean, sometimes when you experience that thing, you're like, okay, on to the next. Just like a new pair of shoes, you say, oh, well, that's the latest. They just came out. Let me go buy those. And then once you
well,
get them, it's like,
I know how stuff usually works. I know how stuff works. And typically how it works is um you scale, so like for example, I'm still going through this, house and fixing it up and everything. I just went back and forth to the hardware store today twice to get some different materials and stuff to work on my house. And pretty much I know that it's a process. When I was whatever I was talking about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, right? I'm still working that out to in the present time, and it takes time sometimes. It might very much take more time than what you thought it was. Like I thought probably I'd be done with my house in about 2 years. I technically should have been. I lost about a year, and that was due to my inexperience and You could even say I probably lost about 2 years because I'm learning things like you can't do everything with just one person. You gotta get you a team, even if you gotta pay more. Got you get you a team so you can go get through your project. Cause see, right now, this drywall is taking too long, and I got just one guy helping me, and then myself. I'm looking to get some more help, because it's just it's taking too slow of a process, and
Have
it's
you ever thought about joining a maker space? Look up maker spaces because I know a lot of, I used to belong to a maker space, but in that maker space, I was just only doing, anything that's like textiles or fabrics and fashion, but like out here, the maker spaces are creative spaces where you could belong, you can get a membership. It's just like being at a gym. Sometimes it's 24 hours. You can get up in the middle of the night. You got a creative thought. You can go there and do 3D printing. You could do laser printing, with the
I
laser.
need I need like people to come to my house to make my house. Like I
No, no,
need
no.
to
But
make
but hear me out though. Hear me out. What I'm saying with that, in that maker space, places like Home Depot and places like just people that are dealing with the arts and construction companies, they donate things that you would need where you don't have to pay for anything
oh,
as
okay.
long as you're part of that membership, and they give out tutorials and stuff as if they would do on YouTube. I know people who have built their homes straight out of uh, off donations and being a part of the makerspace, and there are a lot of guys that are prone to help you build and to improve your home if you're part of the the program.
Okay. Kind of like you talking about like Habitat for Humanity or something like that.
No, no, just look up make. Okay, I belong to one in Reno right now. Look it up when you get a chance. It's called The Generator. And
Okay.
look inside, you'll see what they do. They do all kind of metal work, welding, building building stuff. They're very creative people. They do. If you've ever been to well, you haven't probably been to Burning Man, but Burning Man, they do a lot of statues and all that. They're architect people.
Okay.
You
Okay.
know, that's the group that I belong to.
Okay. Okay.
hmm When you
I'm
when
gonna
you
look
can
that
when
up.
you get a
I'm gonna
chance,
look that up.
look up. And I'm talking about, if you're here, if you got time, look up the generator in Reno, Nevada.
I'm looking it up now. I'm looking it up now.
Okay.
Um. Yeah.
And the guy that owns it, his name is Matthew, and I'm cool with him, and he's friends with the owner of Google. Google gave him $3 million to start the generator.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I need like basically. I just need help, and then it's not so much that I don't have the money. I just basically don't have the people. So I'm actually about to call an old family handyman that my grandmother used to use and my mother. I'm going to go pick him up tomorrow because his car is out, but he's an older man as well. I'm gonna get him to see what he could do and help me out because I just need more hands on the ground. I was actually thinking about because see, it's a place where the Mexicans hang out, and they do like day labor work. I was gonna pick up a couple Mexicans to just work on my house because I just need some hands, man. They $100 a day. Hey, I need you to just do whatever you can. If you get done quicker, you still get the same amount of money. I just need this done or whatever.
I
And
think that's pretty fair because I think that's fair, but the thing is, but you have to tell people up front what it is that you're able to pay and see if they're able to contribute that. Because believe it or not, a lot of Mexican people who do work like that, they become very, very smart now, and they learn math very well. Of course, they know math because they building shit. They doing all kind of,
yeah,
drafting and all that. But the thing is with that is, even when you go to Mexico, because people go there for different things,
yeah,
they're giving you American prices because they've caught on to what we've been doing for a long time over here.
right, right, right. Yeah, so I'm just, I'm still learning. Like this house actually has been a workspace for me. I learned so much from this house that it's going to be invaluable towards future projects because I done learned plumbing from this house. I learned more advanced electrical skills from this house. I've learned how to work on gas piping. I installed my water heater myself. I never done anything like that. I remember Nino about 5 years ago. No, about 7 years ago. I remember I had to light a water heater for my mother's house. I was petrified of it. I thought maybe it was gonna blow up on me or something. Like I
Man,
never.
I'm the same way when it comes to things like that, the stove, any of that.
Yeah. Man, I remember that time where I just didn't know. I had no experience. Like I'm talking about just lighting the water heater, and now the progression 7 years later to installing the water heater, man. Because what happens is you get well. I got people to come work on my house so many times, and adding stuff, and I watch them is I ain't got nothing else to do, but and I learn from watching them, and guess what? I know how to do it. So yeah, I bought a brand new water heater about a month ago. No, a couple weeks ago, and I installed it myself. I had no leaks. It's still running fine. Do you? And, I mean, these things I'm gonna take to the next house, installing drywall, reinforcing studs. I mean, all of these things that I've learned from this house. I bought gutters today. I'm gonna install them probably later this week or probably next weekend. I mean, this house is literally, man, a workspace for me to do stuff and learn. Um, it's a work in progress, and man,
You know what I want when I do decide to buy another house?
mhm.
I want quality everything. I
Yeah,
want quality I want quality walls, quality, sheetrock. I want a heavy beam, a
yeah,
heavy foundation where when I do decide that I want heavy things on the wall,
yeah,
it won't fall off. And a lot of us we make mistakes. The thing is, we buy homes, especially the ones that build up real quick, and
yeah,
we don't know the qualities and the materials that they're using to really make that home. You know,
yeah,
like we talked before in the past.
mhm.
My favorite builder is John Whelan. Do you remember we talked about that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's still up. That video is still on my uploads. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We need to talk more about these things, man.
yeah,
Seriously.
yeah. I mean, it's basically when it come to what I know about real estate and rebuilding homes or renovating homes, I'm moving into not so much I'm saying I'm an expert, but I know more than I did before. I definitely I'm comfortable. I would say I used to be uncomfortable with the idea of getting hard money and finding a house and fixing it up. Now I've been scouring the net trying to find a hard money lender because I'm comfortable. I got a system and everything. Uh, I just don't have the funding, to actually implement a lot of stuff for me. My house, I'm self-funding my house, so it's a slow process. I'm not rich. I don't have a whole bunch of money. I work just like anybody. I ain't gonna say I work just like anybody else, but I am privileged as far as what I do, as far as working in tech. But I work, and I get paid, and I budget some of it towards materials, and if I need labor, which I do for that, but it's a slow process. But to answer my question as far as why I created this live stream again, I don't feel like I don't think I had any other choice. Had I gotten an apartment, I'd have been probably a totally different person. I would have most likely had a situation where I would have been fighting an eviction because I lost my job May 2022. I was able to work and do some things, but my income dropped. I would say one. I went from making maybe a fourth of what I was making. I would have definitely been struggling trying to pay for rent. Fortunately, I was able to pay my house off, and all I had to do was pay my taxes. It's a difference with, I know people say you never own your home because you got to pay taxes. Okay, that's fine. I agree with that. But I'd rather pay my taxes twice a year and have a period of time where I can pay them versus month to month to month paying that rent. You only have about what 2 months before, and every place is different. You got 2 months before they, sending you to court, and that's typical. If you get a landlord, maybe that's don't like to file paperwork or maybe slow to the draw, you might extend that out for a few months. But typically, you only got a set of months before you got to find another place to live. When you got a home, even if you have a mortgage, you have mortgage, yeah, typically about after about 3 to 4 payments, they, start the foreclosure process where they at least try to talk to you first, see if what they could do. If you can't pay, yeah, they start the foreclosure. So you got about, and this is again depending on where you live in the country, the laws and stuff like that. I'll just say in Illinois, you have about a good year before you have to do, that foreclosure process fully exercises. You know,
Man, I gotta tell you, you think ahead of the game. You think on
yeah,
your toes. You think about things that
yeah,
most men don't think about. Like me, I'm a man that's all about preparation, having things prepped in order. And I learned
and
that
that's the
from
worst. Yeah, yeah, that's the worst case scenario. You typically could, my mother, I remember she sold her house before she went into foreclosure. Like the first house, our family home, she was kind of getting behind with that, but she put it up on the market and she was able to sell it before things got out of hand. You don't have to go into foreclosure. You could sell your property. You could put it up for a short sale and sell it. If the bank agrees. So you have options, but you have more options versus renting. When you're renting, you have very limited and very few options. And my theory, I believe, is correct. I think renting does lead to a certain extent closer push you closer to being homeless than trying to uh take aspects towards owning a home, even if that includes a mortgage. You know, I and that's just what my theory is as far as things. I mean, some people might agree, some people might not. I mean, what do you think? What is your opinion on that?
well, my opinion on just preparation period, man. We don't learn this overnight, but the Nino that I am now is the same one I've been since 19. And I think that had nothing to do with the fact that I had a mother and a father. It's just what I wanted out of life. And the sciences that I put together for myself. I've always been a person to figure things out. So I'm like, okay, well, if my mom or dad don't know it, I want to know more about it. But they've always, made the safe haven for me to be able to live the way I wanted to live, but as in just what I wanted for myself and for the future, because a lot of us become so codependent on our parents and family members to where when we get out in the world, we don't know how to become uh, self-sufficient. And the first thing I had to learn as a young man was to have a roof over your head, even
Yeah,
if you ain't got nothing in it. And what I liked about what you said the very last time I was here was, hey man, I mean I have a whole bunch of money, but guess what? I invested in a house. I have a home, and I'm still fixing it up. And guess what? You don't have to worry about the time limit of it. But guess what? You're gonna get it together, and you're gonna have it the way you need it to be had, and it's the way you want it. Because guess what? You're not going through a builder. I have an aunt that live in Stockton, California, and I think you need to put that on the map too, as we're talking up here, to look at the cost of living up there, addition to the
Mhm.
poverty level. She
Mhm.
went there from San Francisco because San Francisco is so high. You know,
Mhm.
I live in San Francisco, but she moved out of San Francisco in a home from her home that was worth every bit of $4 million, and she left and went and bought a mini mansion, as they would call it. But to us, looking at it coming from a place like Atlanta, that would be just a regular brick home. But what she
Mhm.
did, she looked at the quality of the home, and the quality of the home was how it was built, the durelastic, am I saying it right? No, the the authenticity of the home. It was a
Mhm.
mini man, and it was made out of brick, and it's still standing. It was built in 1923, and has its original infrastructure. Only thing she had to do was go up on the house and repair some things, and update the heating and air system, put new windows in. Uh, Her doors are arch. It's a
Mhm.
really nice little home. Wooden floors. Got most places in California don't have basements. So what they do have like garages like in the back of their homes, or either they'll build a guest home in the back.
Mhm.
Yeah, Stockton. We can look this up by a whole lot of different things to see. We can compare it to other places
Mhm.
because I think that Stockton had a high crime rate at one point. I don't know. They tried to get it together. They had a black mayor, but I think that they just put him in place just to say, "Hey, we got a black mayor."
Oh, okay. Well, I could
You
look
know.
at it. I got city data up here.
Oh, okay.
Let me put in California to see what's to it. Um, let's put this in. I'm looking at the real estate. Uh, I don't,
It's
I don't know what it, as far as how far is it from Los Angeles or
see
you know
everything we hear don't just be Los Angeles. There are other places to live, in California, but a lot of people don't live there because of the weather. And some parts are
uh,
valley and desert, and it's hot in places like Stockton. It's hot in places even like Sacramento, even though Sacramento is the capital of California.
okay,
Um,
okay.
Super hot at times, but certain parts of Sacramento gets cool when you get closer in elevation toward going toward Nevada.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is to say that you only hear about places like LA and San Francisco, but from LA, let's say what you was talking about earlier, Lancaster, um, uh, Fresno, and then you
Mhm.
get further up near Sacramento, then you get uh, um, Fairfield, Vallejo, all those places like that, and a
Mhm.
lot of us are out here, a lot of podcasters are out this way from that area. You don't hear about them as much unless if they're in LA, they somewhere near Hollywood or um
So it
and
looks
they
like
don't talk about
Stockton. Yeah, it looks like Stockton is near San Francisco as far as
uh it's north, but it's like near Tracy, Modesto.
mhm,
It's in between.
mhm.
It's more farmland. When you look up Stockton, also look up Lodi, Lodi.
Okay.
Um, all those places they have these homes that look like this. A lot of people don't live in those areas because the weather is hot and it's
Oh,
just like
okay.
fresh snow, you know.
It's a
And plus,
it's desert. It's in the desert. It's in the desert.
it's somewhat, you know, but not quite. But it's poverty
Mhm.
stricken in some parts, but it's running. Put it that way.
Okay, I see that the demographics is primarily Hispanic. It's 40% Hispanic. It's only 10% black as
Yeah,
far as.
but believe it or not, a lot of black people are there. But the thing is, they just don't get documented as much.
Mm.
Um, because a lot of black people, when it comes to certain things in the Bay Area in California, they mind their own business. They don't want to be involved, even if the census people knock at their door, because it's a
Mhm.
trust issue. They don't. They just don't talk to anybody.
Yeah, I know how that is.
Oakland had to have the damn what is it, National Guard come in one time because people were so afraid. Now it has changed. It's been gentrified.
Uh,
Uh, I mean, to the point to where you see a white woman walking her dog late at night in Fruitvale because she bought a house over there.
okay. Now
But
is what's going on? That's a good. I'm glad you asked. I mean, mentioned that. What's going on in Oakland now? Because I mean, you mentioned something that's very, very key. You said your aunt had a house, and then let me go beyond just your aunt. A lot of people don't know historically. It was San Francisco had a black population, a big black population in San Francisco, going back to the 60s and 70s, and even before. Um, for some time, or rhyme or reason, they moved out of that area. Um, you could put a
and
you
guess
could
what?
put a you could put a shack in the middle of San Francisco, and it'll be worth 1.5 million.
That's
Um,
right. That's right.
so I mean, you said your aunt, the house was probably worth about 4 million. And it's like OJ. A lot of people don't know it. Like OJ Simpson is from San Francisco.
Yeah, Danny Glover. And the thing is, those and you'll see those people around. They come around to visit and everything. Some of them even still own homes. I passed through where all the stars live in San Francisco in the hills all the time. I live near Diamond Heights. If you look up Diamond Heights, you'll see what community that is. But I'm originally from Lakeview. Lakeview is an all black community, and all black people own really nice homes, like you said back then. But the only people that are left to tell the story are the great grandchildren, or the grandchildren. More
Mhm.
of this generation, because the ones that were boomers, and I don't like to go against just saying that they messed up. A lot of people say that around here, but some of it is true. A lot of the boomers did get on drugs, and they in the homes that our grandmothers and great grandmothers owned.
They
Uh,
smoked it. They smoked it.
yes, and then the Asian the Filipino people came in and bought all that shit up, because right now, if you look anywhere in San Francisco, in an area called Ocean, Geneva, Daly City, all those places now, a lot of Asian people own those.
Okay.
Hmm.
So yeah, I mean they got priced out. So my question is, what's going on? I mean, you say white women are, what do they call those? They call those yuppies, I believe. Walking
They
their
call
dog,
they call them urban, no, hippie, not hippie, but
yuppies. I when in the yeah, in the terms of what I know, it's called a yuppie. A yuppie is like basically a single person, basically work a job, kind of, no kids, just kind of, yeah, like you say, walking the
turn
dog.
that into that kind of community. Yes, you're right. And they buy their first piece of property there. They become very smart, and they own the property there. So if they decide to keep that property, it's always worth something, and they can go and live in the South and come back. A lot of people do that. out here.
Okay, so my question, this is my question. I've asked you this before. I just need an update. So what's going on in Oakland now? I mean, is it is E40 in the gang still, hanging on to the houses, or they getting pushed out, or they still
Oh
there?
no, no, the people that are like them, they held on to they to they keep they is what keep places like Northern California alive. See, there's a different vibe from Northern California versus Southern California. It's just like North and South, like New York is to Atlanta, but everybody wants to be in LA and they're holding on to that dream to the point to where they're homeless. And that's the issue. Black people don't own homes unless they're stars, and the stars in Hollywood, well, West Hollywood is considered Black Hollywood. So the West Hollywood people, they own shacks and they're superstars. You'll see them at the award shows. Everything look lavish, but shit, they struggling too. So it's very California is not a walk-in state unless you know somebody like myself or know some other people that you can really rely on and come up. But one thing about it, you can come here, get off the plane from where you live, and hit the ground running. It's no room for you to get in trouble in Northern California. You got to really be doing some fucked up shit to get in trouble. There's no room for distractions. Every black man has uh, uh, some opportunities here if they really research for the resources that are available to them. That's why when I listen to some of the dudes that be complaining a lot, the first thing they complain about is woman. Bro, get yourself together and come and do what you need to do so you can become that leader that you want to be.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta have your life a certain way. And the older guys, I listen to a lot of older guys, and it's basically the same thing. I mean, I've certainly had my, I've had my experience, and I've been, been with a different variety of women. I have children, so it's a little different for me. I have responsibilities. I have children. So the thing is that the guys that don't have no children, um like the older guys say, you go after success, and the women will follow you. They will be there, you know what I'm saying, while you working, you got your head down, and you know getting your money together, getting your life together. They will be there. It's kind of like if you
But
build
do you want to, let me ask you something, do you want a woman to follow you just because you're finally meeting the financial criteria?
No, you don't. We call that do you want to meet, do you want a woman to meet you at the finish line? No, you don't want to go run a marathon, right? Then you dead tired, you cross the finish line, right? And you damn near exhausted. You need some water on top of your head, you know, and then after you get your breath, some woman come up with you know, some fat woman come up and flirt with you. No, I mean some guys will probably be okay with that. But no, you most guys probably be like, nah, you don't really want that. You want the woman to help you train for the marathon, help you, even if she just rode her bike and you chasing her, practicing, training for your marathon. You want somebody, like what I'm saying. You want somebody. It's Kobe used to say, or they said about Kobe. You know, you, you want somebody to shoot with you when you're in the gym. You don't want nobody to just meet you at the the landing spot.
After you done finish, because that's too easy.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
too
You
that's
don't.
too that's too too easy.
Ideally, that's not what you want. But I mean, if you can get somebody along the way, that's best. But I mean, some guys, that's what happens. They meet somebody after the film, or they, I mean, a combination of both. I mean, like for example, okay, I'm from Chicago, right? it's a rapper that y'all know. The world probably knows now, but I know this guy. I don't know him, but I knew of him when he was just sitting on the porch on the south side of Chicago, dead broke. And he his baby mama, his first baby mama was a big white chick, fat white chick. And this guy is what you would know now as Little Dirk. Before he was
Yeah, I know
just
who he
an
is.
up and coming. He was an up and coming underground trap trap rapper in Chicago, a drill rapper, under Chief Keef and them, still trying to, make it out of Chicago, try to make a name for himself. And I'm talking about the late 2000s and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Now he just recently, the last, 4 or 5 years, he done, kind of got a big name for himself. He got, some tracks with Drake, some tracks with recently J. Cole. I mean, so I'm just saying, like, some guys, they get the chick, that they had with them, and they drop them, because they get some. Now he with some chick that's kind of toxic, India. I mean, she seemed like a ride or die. They was in Atlanta and or the Atlanta metro area. They had a house or mini mansion that they in a gated community, and some guys was trying to roll on them, and she helped them shoot back. They were both shooting at the intruders that broke into their home. I mean, but yeah, I mean, what it's like, okay, that technically India is the chick that met him at the finish line. The fat white chick that I don't know where she was from. Probably the south suburbs, maybe the northern suburb. Who knows? But that was who was with him when he was broke. You know, uh, sitting in on the south side somewhere, trying to make some money. Being a rapper. You know,
But
try.
you know what, man? What I learned about life, when you go outside of your element, or you go from dealing with what you're normally used to, um, you see life through a whole new set of eyes. Say for instance, if it's not in you to keep those core values about yourself, you'll go astray when you get stardom, when you
Mhm,
get, yeah.
mhm.
See
Now,
what
mhm.
see like Columbus and Chicago and different places like that, you'll have a lot of guys that got the little snow bunnies, and ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But
Now,
those are the
now,
ones that
now,
are stuck.
wait. Pause. Now, funny you mentioned that. Now, I'm just recently. I just latest. I mentioned J. Cole. J. Cole kept his snow bunny. He married to one, and he it was his high school I mean college girlfriend, and she's a white woman, kind of pudgy. He's still married to her. He's still with her. He didn't drop his snow bunny, but Drake, I mean Dirk, he dropped his. So I just had to point that out.
Well, let,
Yeah,
let me comment on that.
yeah,
I think that J. Cole decided that he wanted to stay with her because that was his best option, even as a star. Because trust me, a lot of guys won't say it, but they don't know how to really stick within their match. And your money is not your match, because if you lead with your pockets, you're gonna be bitter. It's gonna make you angry, you know.
yeah,
So when
yeah,
I look at people like him,
yeah,
he's a mixed dude, especially if you're dealing with an authentic black woman. Sometimes dark skin. Those women tend to be a little bit stronger than even some of the men in character. Maybe not physically, but the you know what I mean.
yeah.
And
I know what
sometimes
you're saying. I
and
know they more.
sometimes
They
they
tend to
look
be
at a
more.
they, sometimes they look at a lighter skinned man and say, okay, no, girl, he a little too soft for me. And
Yeah,
and at times that does happen, and at times that happens, and at times those kind of men become bitter, and then they even become bitter towards even the darker skin race. Period. Even I've
Mm-hmm.
been accused of being too aggressive and intimidating to some light skinned men. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so they will stick with a white. If the mother is white, guess what? They're gonna probably go and get a white woman. If the father is black, they may get a black woman or a mixed woman. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that about J. Cole. I didn't know so J. Cole's a mulatto, is what you saying?
Yeah, his mother's white.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. You tend to like what your yeah, yeah. I found that out, man. I'm like, I had to look at myself. I had to I look like my ex-wife, a lot of the chicks that I dealt with, they look like my mother. And I was like, damn, that Freud was right. Shit. Damn, Freud was so right, man. You go out a lot of times we instinctively go after women that are like our mothers. Um, even on the spot, man. I don't know if she's still there. She favors. She's kind of like a prototype of my. If you see a picture of my mother, you know what I'm talking about. She kind of fits that light skin, kind of round face, kind of thick. Kind of like an Amazonian type woman. Yeah, that's.
You know, and sometimes that does happen because even me growing up, being around my oldest brothers, and you know how you just want to be like your older brother, or somebody in the neighborhood. You're like, damn man, I want to be like that.
Mhm,
What was the going thing when I was growing up was, hey man, you better go get that red bone. And I noticed earlier on it just wasn't about the color. It wasn't about the even the skin tone, but I found myself attractive to lighter skinned women. Now, the lighter skinned women that I did attract were decent women. I mean, they were the girl that, come from good family, they were humble, they weren't what you would see out here, the women that are like over the top and superficial. They
mhm,
weren't like them. That girl with the natural long hair,
mhm,
uh, no wigs.
mhm,
Um, the mother was very strict on them. Dad
mhm,
may have been my color, dark skin, but the mama light. You know what I'm saying? So,
mhm,
but growing up, I've heard other darker skinned men say, "Man, you better go get that rib bone." But then
mhm,
again, growing up and just when I mean really growing up, getting married at 19, and which I was still growing up, and married a woman that was lighter skinned woman, um,
mhm,
were really Latina, and
mhm.
we often make the mistakes and chasing after that woman because of the way she look. It
Yeah,
needs to
yeah,
be more into it than just what she looked like.
yeah,
It
yeah,
needs to be also because she could be coming with a lot of baggage.
yeah, yeah. True that. Yeah, cause yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, my preference is. I mean, you know, I'm black. I like black women. My preference primarily, yeah. I do have a leaning towards light skinned women. But my aunt, my grandmother, my mom's side, that's what they are, light skinned. Um, my great grandfather was a light skinned man. On my mother's side, I mean, I had to figure that out. Like, damn, why am I so drawn to light skinned women? Now I do like dark skinned women. I like brown skinned women, but I would lie to you. I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that I had a preference for light skinned women. You know, but I don't. I at my age, yeah, I have to say it's more on the lines of basically who's best for you and who you like. Uh, I have a wide berth as far as what that is. Now I'm gonna show you a picture of what my mother looks like as far as this was my high school graduation, and you see what I'm talking about. So I was about 17. It was my graduation photo. So I mean, I Freud was right, man. I've been with so many different women that have that same like light skin, thick or red bone, whatever. Like my ex-wife, uh, other women. I mean, it's like I had to look at like, damn. I mean, I can even say a lot of women that do have that prototype. I can even say probably already like me. I can say they most likely they probably already like me. It probably won't be nothing for me to get the number or whatever. They probably already like me. It's something to it, but not all the case. But I've been with quite a more than me, uh the law should allow as far as that, women that have that light skin, thick, kind of like you know, uh body type and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's cause my mother. I mean, you looking, you just it's kind of weird, almost freakish, like, you know, I mean, I ain't it's weird, man. It's very weird. I don't want to say I'm
No, it is what it is, and I'm glad
yeah,
that we're able to talk about this. You know, and we're on a platform where nobody's screaming because you know how these dudes are, man. These niggas they be
yeah,
like, "Man, what's wrong with you?"
yeah, yeah. I
And they
mean,
don't respect preference, you
yeah,
know. And that's
not,
one thing about me. I'm all about what makes you happy, but I think as I've gotten older and fully grown myself, it's just
mm-hmm.
uh man, I'm gonna tell you, you can walk outside your door and get some if you want to, but it's right now for me, times are hard economically to where you got to keep your head above water.
Yeah.
We almost back in the Monahan report.
I mean, it's like basically, I had to realize. I had looked up. I saw one chick. Um, I was like, damn, she looked just like my mother, man. What the fuck is wrong with me? And then I was like, I had to really, really evaluate myself, and I didn't even, it didn't even matter because I ain't do nothing but just, pick my ex-wife, and my ex-wife is the same prototype, light skin, thick, you know, even lighter than her, like, almost like my, okay, I could show you my grandmother. My grandmother uh is a lot like high yellow, like just,
Yeah, I got
almost
the same
half,
thing going on. My aunts, my all the women in my family is like that too.
yeah, could pass for white,
But the, but but
almost.
but the men are dark. You know, we're brown, we're dark.
Yeah,
But the girls are light. You know, so we like a mixture of
yeah.
different people.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, that's, you get a lot of times, Freud's theory, I forgot what it was called, but you get what you grew up around, almost like whoever you around, that's who you choose as far as a mate. Like you choose somebody that looks kind of like your mother. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
and
know if
then
yeah, if your mother probably wasn't. I mean, I don't know if your mom was like toxic or something, or really, really, bad. I don't know how that worked, but um, I had to realize. I still to this day, like it doesn't even matter. It's no self correction, no therapy. That I'm gonna naturally probably as far as through. I'm gonna find what that theory is as far as Freud, but I'm going to choose women that are like that. Not 100%, but that's part of who I'm attracted to. It is, I mean, it just that's a certain type of person. It's
well, let me just say this: your preference is your preference, bro. That I'm one thing about me, I'm pro-choice.
well,
And I don't even really talk about relationships or anything like that, or even who you date. I'm more so
yeah,
right now into you know getting your get have you gotten your pockets right? Is your health good?
yeah,
Do you own a home? And then the marriage and the woman, because it's not just all about that. Because trust me, the people that I roll around that's in my circle,
yeah,
they're doing things. And like I said before, I'm feet on the ground and doing my footwork when I entered the space. They
mhm,
said it was supposed to be for black men and black boys, the support of black men and black boys, and I was already doing that anyway, and I was doing. I mean, if you go on my channel right now, I was just at the college where I work,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, recruiting dudes about college and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I do. You can get that anywhere as far as women,
Mm-hmm.
but again preference. Again, uh, what is it that you want? And again, stepping out of your comfort zone. Again, uh, when you go to a different place that's different and unfamiliar territory,
Yeah.
you may meet a woman that's Asian. You may meet a woman that just whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Get out, go outside.
Yeah, pretty much, man. It's like that. I mean, I I'm attracted to a multitude of different types of women now. It ain't just that. I think it's just certain phenotypes or whatever, and that's a certain type of phenotype. Like you have a phenotype. I have everybody has a phenotype of a man that like I get from time to time, man. You look like somebody. I got that today, man. You look like somebody I know. I mean, because it's like people have a certain type of phenotype, and then it's a variety of men that look similar. You know, like it might be. You could just say, okay, for example, you might look like um what's dude from Blade? Actually, they played the Nino Brown character in
Oh no, I don't. I don't look like no damn Wesley Snipes, nigga.
Wesley Snipes.
You know who I've gotten most of the time because I got different looks, and I always have on shades. I always have on hats.
Yeah,
Um, and that's just me. That's just who I am. My eyes are sleepy, so I always have on shades.
yeah, yeah,
Now, um, what I've always gotten was um Omar Epps, Q from 112, the singing group. Uh, I have a different look. It changes up. So
yeah,
I think they equating with they put me with the skin tone when they think about darker skinned men, and they
yeah.
be having it dead ass wrong.
Oh, yeah, yeah. True that. But I mean, it's like it's just people have a certain type of phenotype. I mean, it's like a multitude of people. Like my cousin, he light skinned, but it's so many dudes that look like him. Typically white dudes look like I see a lot of white dudes. They look just like him. Like I'm like, damn, that it look just like. I mean, it's just like a just certain type. It's a certain type of like you know, a guy that just it's like a almost like a clone. You want to say, but it's just a phenotype, genetic phenotype.
But you'll never know what you like, man, until you go outside. Just put it that
Yeah,
way. I, I,
yeah,
I mean, shit. I never thought that I would run into so many different women out in California.
yeah,
Uh, women that are Indian, that are uh, so many different Latin women, Latinas,
yeah,
that are different from, and they not just uh, the average Latina, they Afro Latina,
yeah,
uh, it's
yeah,
just, you
yeah,
run into different type, you just see all kind of different people.
yeah.
But when I see you and you got a little bit of black in you, that's just something that we know. And when you say phenotype, yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
yeah, yeah. With the thing with the Latin chicks, with the Spanish chicks, is unique because there's a lot of people. And I found this out by when I moved up north um, to live with my then wife, but now ex-wife. I saw a lot of different, mixing, and I saw something unique within Hispanic women. I saw where a guy can get like myself can get with a like a Mexican woman, and the baby or the child will come out brown. And I was like, wow. And I know why that is, but I didn't, you don't think about it. But, the thing about a lot of Spanish women, like Mexicans, whatever, Dominicans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans. Uh, they have quite a few um, genetic origins where it involves black people. So for let's say for a man, and I talked about this on my channel before, for a Mexican woman or a Mexican, they have black people that came over before Columbus that mixed in um, the Native Americans. A lot of even you see the Native American pictures and even paintings and stuff. They were very dark skinned. Um,
You're
they
right
were
about that.
yeah they were dark, very dark, and it's just you have black people that have came over well before Columbus, tens of thousands of years ago. They mixed in um, with the modern day Mexican, and then they came over. Blacks came over with the conquistadors in conquest over Mexico and South America. So they got a lot of different black ancestry in their DNA. So you get with a. I would even say this, the Hispanics or the Latino women, they really are almost as far as a kind of like you could say almost like a secret weapon, because if you get with a, let's just call it what it is, you get with a white woman, yeah, your child is gonna most likely be lighter and all of that. But if you get with a Hispanic woman, your baby might be darker than you, or just
Well,
about as
let
dark
me
as
tell
you
you
when
this
they come
from
out.
let me tell you this from what I know. And you're Nigerian too, part Nigerian. Okay,
Ghanaian, close, but yeah,
Guyana. Yeah, yeah. I'm
yeah,
sorry. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Being that if the child is coming from the man and he's mixing with a white woman or maybe even a Latin woman, he carried the most dominant gene, and that child is still going to turn out to look more on the black side. Period. Now it's strange
Yeah.
when a black woman get a baby by a white man,
Uh,
that baby be looking like Mariah Carey,
uh,
because she don't carry the most dominant genes. So the genes that are in a man,
I
whoever your
don't.
baby is by, turns out to be more dominant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's how it works.
oh, wow. I didn't know that. Okay.
Hmm.
Wow. So that
And
makes
then again, but say for instance, uh, if two lighter skinned people mix, they could also, and they black people, they can also, because of the background, their bloodline, the child could also turn out to be darker. Just
I've seen that.
look at
I've seen that. I've seen that.
yeah,
I've
look at
seen.
Evelyn Lozada. Her parents, she
Mhm,
won't never say that they got some kind of Afro Latino stuff going on from back
mhm.
down the line, their bloodlines, they look more Latino than Evelyn Lozada, and
Yeah.
Evelyn Lozada look more on the black side.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. That I seen that before. I seen two light skinned people make a brown skinned baby. I've seen that. I mean, it's not like common, but I've seen that plenty of times.
My
Yeah.
nephew, my nephew, he's a high yellow dude. You know what I'm saying? Pretty boy.
Yeah.
He had most of all his kids are light skinned, and now he just now getting a darker skinned child.
Mhm.
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
It's crazy,
Wow.
and and it's by the same woman. You know,
And then I seen two brown skinned people. My ex wife is like that. My ex wife is a light bright, and her both of her parents are brown skinned. Her mom is darker skinned, kind of like your complexion, and her dad is brown skinned, maybe probably close to my complexion, and she's a light bright. And I'm talking about shit. I remember when I was dating her, I was in Walmart, I mean Target, and I was looking for her, and I saw two white girls go up the escalator. I thought that was she was I thought that was her, and I was like, that's when I knew. I was like, damn, she damn near, almost on the white, like can pass for white.
Yeah,
And
it's called passing you.
yeah, and I was like, damn, okay. But then when I saw her dad and her mom, I was like, damn, you would thought that her mama was white or daddy was white or something like that. And the one, no, both her parents are brown skinned. And I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Now here's the thing. I thought maybe something the mama might have did something, but no. She had a son, and before I met her, and I saw the son look like her daddy. And that's when I was like, okay, well, no, the mama was not messing around because her son favors his granddad. So I was like, damn, okay,
And that's the crazy part. Like, uh, my dad's dad is dark, but my dad is light.
okay,
You
yeah,
know, that's crazy.
yeah,
You know, but it is. My dad looked like me, but he's a light skinned man. I'm short like my mom, but my dad is damn 2'6'3".
uh,
You
wow,
know,
that's crazy.
yeah.
But you like you like a darker version of your dad.
Yeah, I'm a darker version. I'm a medium brown to dark skin. It's just like iridescent. When the sun hit you, you could really see the
Yeah.
hue. You know what I'm saying? But because I do wear a lot of hats and different things, I mean, and it's just who I am.
But,
I only do that. You know,
but the summertime is funny to me because I see white people turn into light skin. I mean, if you out in that sun, I mean, like I'm talking about you going to the beach regularly. I'm talking about you getting a lot of sun. You gonna get a lighter I mean, a darker complexion or whatever you are. So if like a lot of white people that go to the beach, they gonna get a tan hue where they gonna get a darker shade. And then even I see light skinned people turn into brown skin. They out that sun. Oh man, that shit. I see it every year. I'm like, damn, hell no.
yeah.
Yep.
But the thing is, but back to what we were saying.
Yeah.
You know, as we've gotten older, because we're both grown men basically now. It ain't even about the. I love everything us that's black. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's even included if it's mixed. But at the same time, we know what that's like to go after what we see on TV or to go after what we see on the magazine. At the end of the day, you want it to be on your program. You want it to be also down to earth. You know what I'm saying? And just as down to earth as you are, because none of that matters. I'm not praising you because you're a lighter skinned woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm to the point now to where it's not even about uh 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 how big your booty is, which I like that tight,
Mhm.
I like them thick,
Yeah.
but I need you to be more than just that. I need to see what else you got. What else you're good for,
Man,
you know.
it's a reason why granddaddy kept grandma, and grandma did have a badunkadunk. But I'm gonna tell you what grandma also had. Grandma also knew how to work that kitchen. She know how to keep that house clean, and she knew when to shut her mouth. And that's why granddad went to the upper room, and grandma had if I didn't already mention a badunkadunk and titties to feed the whole town. Big enough to feed the whole town or the whole
Well,
village.
you crazy Phil, what a crazy analogy, but I love
and,
it.
and the thing is that none was gonna separate granddad from grandma because granddad knew he had a good thing, and his good thing made sure she cooked some breakfast every Saturday morning or Sunday morning, and granddad had it made. and you know he liked his ass, you know, booties and all that. He just made sure, you know, he got somebody that was on his page, and it was you know, basically compatible, and you know, listen to him, you know, because a lot of times, you know, I'd have to say that I agree with you know, uh what Platinum Elite said about, you know, you should have a woman that listens to you. If your woman don't listen to you, it starts and ends right there. You know, if you got if you
You
got
know
a
what?
woman.
That's good game, you know, and all that. But I always say this too. Y'all got to get on. You got to know her nature. You got to know what she is good for, and you got to know what yourself is good for. So I look at that. I don't listen to. I even I like Platinum Elite, but I'm saying I don't listen to a lot of guys that try to give game advice. You get what I'm saying? Because even you, and it's needed. Don't get me wrong, because there's some guys, Lord knows they need it. I've
Mhm,
said that, you know, because I be on Sir Isms a lot too.
mhm.
And there's some guys, man, that just really don't know how to vet women or pick the right women, or they just getting women just for the sake of saying, hey, I got a woman, you
Yeah, there
know.
you go. There you go. That's right there, right there. You know, that's one of the biggest things that right while men are, you know, got microphones and YouTube channels because they picked the wrong woman. Even BGS, you know, we had our, you know, back and forth, but one of the things, one of my you know, karate chops that I give him when, you know, things kind of, you know, we kind of get heated. It's like, man, hey, you picked the wrong woman too, man. You ain't no different than any other, you know, guy that got a YouTube channel talking about a pill
You know what? I'm so happy that
with
you.
a
I'm so.
microphone in the channel. You
You
picked the
know what
wrong
though?
woman. You
You know
know,
what
and that
though?
picking the wrong woman is a big thing. You know,
Yeah.
you know, because you see, here's the thing. What if you pick the right woman? You know, picking the right woman would equate to everything positive, most likely, that went negative. I mean, instead of being, you know, possibly broke, you be probably a multimillionaire. You know,
Let's say this, man. The money grip is strong around here, so people would tell you what you want to hear if you weak enough to listen to it.
but I'm
Now,
saying I ain't on that. I'm not.
not saying
That's
you,
yeah.
not saying you.
I'm just saying if a lot of guys, if they had picked, if they knew how to pick well or knew how to pick better, including myself, our lives would be totally different. It wouldn't. A lot of times, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I was married, I was on YouTube, and I had a different channel and whatnot. And one of the reasons why I was on YouTube was I was unsatisfied with my marriage, and I was unsatisfied with life itself. Now it was some things that had nothing to do with, you know, picking wrong that I had problems with, and it definitely is financially related. You know, I had to deal with that too. You know, I used to tell my ex-wife, my financial problems ain't got nothing to do with you. I had problems before I met you. So I can't blame you for me having, you know, financial problems. I was dealing with that my whole life. You know, it was a lot of stuff I had to learn on my own. I mean, my mother used to bounce checks. My dad used to gamble. You know, I grew up in a middle class household, but you know, if they were more attentive to things and more financially better, I mean, things would have, you know, been a lot different in that with them, you know.
Yeah, but let me tell you something though, bro. The thing is, sometimes even as a young black man,
Mhm.
you have got to go outside of your family. Because trust me, again, when I first came on the stream, I said to you, I said you could have you could have a father, you could grow up with a father and a mother in the home, but do they really know any better? That's why you have so many kids right today who turn out to be even smarter than their families and teach smarter than their mother and father, and they end up having to teach them about different things.
Yeah.
Because they can't even help you with their home with your homework. Most kids, when we were growing up, their mothers couldn't help them with their homework.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Or they
So
tried to help them and then they went to school and the answers was wrong.
you funny, man.
Yeah. Hey man, but you're right. I mean, I had to step outside of my mother and father. My grandfather was good with business. My but he had a business partner though. I ain't never had a business partner. I've yet to have one. But yeah, he was very good in business. But yeah, I mean, outside of things, yeah, I had to go outside my family when it came to learning about finances and stuff because I wasn't taught a lot of that stuff. I mean, I was taught the basics like, yeah, keep a wallet, don't save some money, don't overspend, don't be buying unnecessary stuff, get a
There's
job,
so many, there's so many things
go to
that men,
school, you know.
there's so many things that men in general, boys growing into men had to learn on their own. And right still to this day, we're still learning. The world is the biggest school, and
Mhm,
you never stop learning.
mhm,
Now, I mean, it's some things that some men have never even they don't even know about. Especially when they listen to me, they be like, "Damn, man, uh, bro, I didn't know that. This is something new that you know, I didn't know. All the way down. So that's why I say, put yourself completely together. Be fully aware of everything surrounding you. Be aware of who you are. Be aware of your body. Be aware of your mind. Everything. You know,
mhm.
as a black man. You know, then
Yeah,
you can really lead. Then you can lead.
you're right. Yeah, I mean, I had to learn how to you know vet and pick better, and I did that. I'm probably that probably be my next book. My next book, maybe after I work on a lot of things progressively, I'll maybe write my relationship book. But
See,
that
man,
was something I
these are the things that people need to know about you.
yeah
That you've written books, that you've owned a herb store, that you're health conscious, that
yeah
you're aware of of different things. See, and that's the thing. We all have topics and talent that's buried deep within, but we don't put it out there like that. Like what I like about even Sheep Stay Sleep. You know who he is, right? ES1.
I heard about that. Yeah, I heard.
Okay, that brother right there, he is starting to now speak out about a lot of things that the Black manosphere is not speaking out about. Everything. Because we think it's funny to speak about certain things, all the way down to hygiene and keeping your body clean. That's a funny thing to some of these guys, man. That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
We need to talk about that. But you also have been on that kick of health,
Mm-hmm.
even with sexual health, which is
Yeah.
very important, because a lot of us, and the real problem is, a lot of us as men, we don't want to say what the real problem is why we're not able to vet women. Sometimes it could be medically, sometimes it
Yeah.
could be seriously medically,
Yeah. Yeah. I
you
mean,
know.
a lot of it is where your standing is. A lot of us are not honest with ourselves. We're not dealing with our financial problems. And being black in America, you're gonna have most likely gonna have financial problems because you have a unique set of problems that you have to deal with being black in America. A lot of people don't want to. You got people that have bigger channels and bigger following and engagement that don't want to admit that they don't believe that it's no problem. You know. But I mean, whatever that is, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I don't, But the thing is that you got to understand. I mean, the news don't lie. I mean, the reports don't lie. I mean, it's discrimination. It's financial discrimination when it comes to black people in America. I mean, it's a competition, and I look at racial discrimination as cheating. Um, Wells Fargo not giving you the best interest rate or denying you a loan based off of the fact that you're African American or whatever, that's cheating. That's somebody cheating so you can be non-competitive. You know, that's how I look at it. But
But
you
here
know,
lately, I've been talking about building a nation within your own nation, meaning I find ways around that, man. Even right now, I'm down to just a debit card. I got rid of credit cards. No, I have two credit cards, and I know I learned how to get the best of everything for my dollars. You get what I'm saying? Whether they a large sum, or at a budget. I know how to still live the life that I've always lived because some things are just not that important to me anymore. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah,
And it's on an individual basis.
yeah,
But what do you have in the long run? Again, being able to do your money right, having your house, because like you said, just like the title say, how renting leads to homelessness. You
yeah,
know, if you have a group of guys that got their mind right, if y'all got anything going on as single men, do like y'all in college and if y'all don't, if nobody don't have no addictions, nobody don't have no problems with distractions. If y'all all rented a spot, say for instance, and y'all creative, y'all lived y'all lived in a live work spot. All of y'all can have a house within that whole year if y'all really focus on your craft and what y'all there for.
yeah. I mean, it's you could buy a house with if you got if you got two or three partners, man, and y'all need a place to stay. Somebody out of probably three people know how to hammer a nail or screw in some wood, hang some drywall, something maybe. Y'all could YouTube together, somebody YouTube and figure out how to do it while the other person, go grab the material. I mean,
Yeah, but what's the odds of that? Because the thing is, we're living right now in a situation where men are jealous of each other. They
mm,
don't want to. They don't want to see the next man come up. With the
yeah.
channel. They don't mention
only,
you.
only people I've seen do that
Mhm.
is the white folks, and they'll have a real estate group or real estate company or something. Like this house I bought it from a white guy, older white guy in his late 60s. He had some other guys that was part of his real estate company, and what they did, all I know is they own other properties. They rented properties out. Um, they bought properties and resold them. The blacks, no, the blacks I seen they got, you know, they independent. They might have more than one property, but they got a couple properties and then they need some guys to go over and do the work for the cheapest possible, and that's that. I mean, they don't have no other guys that they you know necessarily going in with, but
Yeah.
uh
Well, but I tell you, it does exist, bro. What
yeah,
you're talking about, it does exist, and those are the people that I try to highlight. Even on my channel, everything that's good about us because we got people that are evil today that are doing things and tap dancing to the point to where it's making black folks look bad. So anytime they do something, I change it around. Candace Owens is one of them.
mhm,
Brandon Tatum is one of them, and also the coons that have inserted themselves in the black YouTube spaces and the black manosphere. So those are the problems that you have here,
mhm,
and the dudes that are game dudes who not giving the proper information first,
mhm,
on and well, let's take game men out of the equation. Let's even take passport bros out of the equation. It's the
mhm,
men that are on the channels saying that the channels is for the betterment of black men and black boys, but they're not showing their work, feet on the ground. They're not showing us what organizations they run, what skills and resources they have. And they
Uh,
get mad at, yeah, and they get mad at men like AM1 and the uh, uh, complex design, the black brain trust. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna lie. I've been checked out from listening to the echo chambers of these dudes whining about women all day long.
mhm,
It is needed. Those channels are needed.
mhm.
But after you do all that, bro, graduate. Let's see where you're gonna go. Go. Where else are you gonna go after you do that? You know, you can only red pill rage for so long. That's
Yeah.
why I'm coming up with a sector of the. I'm not going to say I'm associated with the manosphere, but a sector and a channel. And the channel now I'm working on now is called the Black Manosphere Graduates. For real. We're working on it right now. We're working on it right now, bro.
well,
We need to
well,
know. And you can't come on the channel or on a panel or anything when I do lives unless you're able to tell me what have you where have you first of all, who did you come through listening to on the on YouTube in the Black Manosphere? Secondly, what did you learn? Thirdly, what have you accomplished? We
uh,
need to know that.
right.
And we'll you can tell us about the wife and the girlfriend later. You know,
Yeah, that's funny, man. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, my channel, I don't have okay, a lot of guys they have the avatar and they I don't want to say they hiding behind the avatar, but kind of technically they are. Um you don't they don't show what their persona is and their face and all that. Cause it's like I don't know. I mean, at first it's like they don't want to get shouted. They don't want to get outed from their job and all that. But you gotta think like it just gets weird after a while. Like for example, for Professor Black Truth or what I think that's what it's the what is that dude the business or whatever or the whatever the hell I don't
oh, you talking about Jason Black?
yeah Jason Black right. So
Uh-huh.
see the dilemma of Jason Black is like he has a lot of engagement, a lot of support, a lot of viewers, but his problem, and I'm sure he knows his problem, he's just a voice. Okay, even a radio host on a radio, you typically only hear their voice. They start to change things around and show the actual video of the actual radio show and of course radio on regular radio, of course, riding in the car listening to radio. um the thing about it is being it's certain limits when it just comes to just a voice
Let me
behind
say
it.
this,
So
bro. Let me say this real quick before don't roll off my tongue because it's so important that I say this. Now, I'm not with people being doxxed. I understand the trust factor of not trusting people with your personal information, your phone number, all that, your job, because people are crazy. But when you get these dudes that are behind avatars giving out the wrong information, it's so easy for them to say, "Oh, I don't want." They give that excuse, but bro, you're giving out the wrong information, and you're doing things like trolling to the point to where it seems like it's a slap in the face to your subscribers and your contributors that's giving you all this money, and it's easy. It's an easy way out, bro, James. You know, for them to disappear it through that avatar. But you know who hitting their asses in the head left and right? And I don't agree with them. Solely. Grandmaster Troll.
yeah,
He
yeah.
hitting their ass in the head left and right. He's a smart dude. And when you're a dude that is well to the point where even your subscribers and the people that you roll with that be on the panels
Yeah.
and they correcting you about certain things, you need to be hitting the head. We need to know who you are because you're lying.
Well, he needs to get on. He needs to dox Jason Black did because I mean I don't know, but here's the thing. Like I said, once you get okay, Jason Black is kind of big as far as he's got a big following. He's got a lot of, he's a big time. You would say he's a big time YouTuber. Now he be hating on there damn near everybody, right? Or you know trying to compete with everybody. But the thing is, and he knows this. The
That
fact
man crazy. He talk about some good
he's
stuff, and I'm
he's a narcissist. He's a narcissist as well. Now the problem with him, and he knows his problem, because he does not show video of himself. He's only going to go so far, and people are only going to take him so serious. They're not going to take him. Hold on for a second. I got a kitten, and she.
that's cool. Let me say this. Now, what I learned about this man, he's funny, but the crazy part is he tell you before you come on his show that you need to show who you are on the camera. This is that, but he won't show who he is. You see, and these people they go up on they go on his show anyway. Now, some of the things he do are very funny. I look at it sometimes for shits and giggles, but I'm not subscribed. Now, when it's the everyday men that you see this in the space giving out the wrong information, that's a problem. Like I covered just pearly things from a different perspective. I had
Mhm.
to get I had to get an angry man ass. I had to let him. I don't know if you saw it, but I had to, because he decided that he was going to jump off the panel on somebody else's stream and say something to me. Now, if I'm cool with you and I got your number, I got your email, let's address it that way. But because you wanted to go out that way and call yourself trying to embarrass me, yeah,
Mhm.
I'm gonna go at you too.
Well, that goes into another realm, because you do have people that have video, but they can only go so far because they have issues. They have, maybe mental issues
There
or
you go. I
emotional
look.
issues and
I
stuff like
said that.
that.
I
So
said that.
that's another and you it's kind of like his people. You see people chasing their own tail, like a dog chasing their own tail. It's like, you know you, you can go here, there, everywhere, chase your tail, and it's only so much you could chasing you could do until you realize you're chasing your own tail. But I mean that's also another act. But Jason Black, he don't have that problem. He has a big, I see, when he go live, he got two, and then some people they do stuff like they buy viewers and pay for bots and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, I think those are authentic. I'm not sure, but I see 2,000 in the box watching him. I mean, he got, of course, people donating, but it's like, um, he got, yeah, of course he's giving out advice and all this type of stuff, but it's like, I mean, he's sending people off too, because I mean, I've heard from other people, he's telling people to wait till they're 40 years old to get married and shit. I mean, that's something I promise you. I mean,
Is he telling young men that?
yeah, I'll be the first
Okay.
one to tell you, if you listening to somebody, man, telling you to wait till you 40 years old to have children, to start a family, that person, man, when you if a person, and if let's say if you paying money for a person to tell you that, then you should find out where they is and where they live and where they be at, and then still on them when you see them. Because
I look why I thought look I was waiting on you to say something else, but I knew you gonna kind of like
I'm
hit
gonna
hit
be,
right there.
I'm gonna be God. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be God's honest truth. Cause it's like that's robbing you of your life. A man only typically lives on average. And then if you black, it's in your late 50s.
And you know what
Anyway,
though? And you know what though, bro? The thing is too, when you find dudes like that that give that kind of information out, they don't understand that some people are coming here not just for shits and giggles, It's because some people have maybe the internet can help them. Maybe they've been to the therapist and it didn't work out. Some people are not as strong as others, and you could tell them the wrong thing, and they go home and do something wrong to somebody else or do
Mhm.
some crazy shit. Look at because even now you have, and I stated this even in my last project, the Pearly Things project, you have white women who are doing the behind the scenes work for their white male counterparts because you know
Mhm.
white women are not as noticeable. They're easy to get in our black spaces on YouTube, so they
Yeah,
can come into the panels. They do certain things. They call themselves trying to groom other men. They trying to groom the MGTOW men to start race wars and all kind of shit. You know, so
yeah, it is stuff like that going on. You see it. I mean,
mhm.
you've seen it on the news and stuff.
If they
These
can't do it any other way, they tried to do it like me. I'm not Democrat or Republican. I always have to put that out there because the moment you complain about these people that did what they did at the Capitol, they want to say, "Oh, you're from the left. You're
yeah,
this." No, I'm not from anything because I'm a damn black man, and none of you motherfuckers didn't work out for me. None of you. So I don't, y'all the same coin.
right,
So
right,
you know, and
yeah,
this is what they've done. So what they're doing because they're angry about what happened, and and that they got caught doing what they were doing in all these racial groups. Now they're coming on attack
uh-huh.
online and YouTube, and even people that work in that are hackers and all kind of stuff and trolls and bots.
Yeah,
They're doing a whole bunch of that, man, right now on people channels.
yeah, yeah,
You know, right now I sat there because I was at a thing today at the school welcoming new students in.
uh-huh.
You know, we had a black barbecue, and some racist person came and typed something under my name, under the video, the short that I did with the young dudes in the back. I said, "Look, man, this is a college event. This is not a black church event." Because
Yeah,
this is what they think about us when they see the word black or black barbecue. Anything that's uh, bringing black folks together, they
mm,
want to say, "Oh, we're acting like a fool. We're acting like clowns." And no, these are brothers that otherwise probably wouldn't have came to college until we. What's wrong with me doing that? You
mhm,
know?
yeah, yeah. Those people that they just ain't got no life, man.
Yeah.
They
They
see
don't
your
want to see black
channel,
folks together.
they see your channel or whatever. They've been watching you or what. I mean, I don't know. Um, I mean, yeah, it's YouTube is full of that. But I mean, yeah, I mean, you got people like that, like telling people to wait till they damn near senior citizen to start a family. I mean, and got a huge platform with a lot of people, listening to that, and that. We that was called, like, when I was in high school, we called people like that a send off. you know, send them, send people off, man. And somebody's actually, people are actually, some people that are actually trying to do that. They foregoing, their 20s, 30s, and prime years, listening to some avatar with a voice on YouTube that's convincing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I give it to these people. These people are very manipulative and convincing. But I'm older, and I see through these people. I definitely can see, I could point out certain psychological characteristics. I guarantee you I'll say this. Um that dude is a textbook narcissist. You know why I'll say that? Because he basically he can't he never can be wrong. That's a textbook narcissist that can never be
Let me ask
wrong.
you something. Have you ever called into his show? Because I know you
I
will.
don't I wouldn't waste my time. I would
Okay,
I
but because
listen
the
to it.
reason why I say that because you challenged RBR
I
before.
listen to it. I listen to it from time to time because some of the time I just be bored. I mean, that's a human occurrence. I mean, sometimes you just sit in the house. I don't necessarily want to go live or nothing like that. Got nothing to talk about. I'm just chilling, and I listen to it. I see who's in the chat. I see what he talking about. Sometimes I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes it be very good commentary. He had that one chick on there, Olivia. That was some very good, a good conversation. You know,
Only
I would
thing
say,
I say about him is that he overtalked folks, and he's too obnoxious and too loud. To the point to where the people that don't get too big headed, bro. To the point to where the people that contribute to you, you
yeah,
wanna when they call in, you wanna dog them out. Now I understand if somebody come up and he's already told you don't come up with your microphone sounding a mess, having an echo in the back that messes up the show.
yeah, yeah.
You know.
I mean, he's definitely, I definitely, if I can't say nothing else, he's definitely a narcissist. Definitely. Uh, he can't be wrong. You know, like you say, he overtalks you. I mean, I don't have, and then I seen how he do other people that try to join his show. I don't have nothing to say to him. I just be watching him because it's like it come up on my YouTube feed. To be honest, and
Yeah, but when I look at the people that do call in, I'm like, damn, it's just like that in Living Color, the homie the clown. When the kid come up to the damn clown and they ask him a question, he'll hit him across the head with the stick and say, "You're stupid."
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's entertaining. I ain't gonna lie, the man is entertaining. I won't discount him and say he's not entertaining. But I'm not listening to some 40. I mean, with all due respect, I don't know if you got children or not or whatever, but I'm not listening to no man that's in his late 40s or early 50s, with no family and no children and hella free time. Give me no advice about what I should do about family and life. I mean, I just ain't. I
Now,
know
I
you.
would never talk to people about children because I don't have any, but I do have a voice in marriage because I got married at 19. I
Mhm.
divorced at 35,
Yeah,
and you add 5 more onto that. That's me now.
yeah. I mean, he's never been married. So what does he have to? Why is he a relationship expert?
I
What?
don't even think he's an relationship expert. He talked about a number of things, but one of them should not be about dating or the game.
But
You
he
know,
does. But he does, and that's where it becomes funny to me. Where I mean, I don't. I can call him and talk about money. The way he talk about money is, you know, it's quite interesting. But when he started talking about marriage and children and all this, I'm like, man, first don't you got some work to do? You got some
let me
work
tell
to
you
do,
something.
but
What I don't like is that he's too into. I think he need if it's about business, that's what his show says.
and he
Let it
not
be
the
about
only
that.
one. He not the only one that does that. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna say that I'm high and mighty because I bust off some nuts and let them ride. But I mean, I got more experience than a lot of other people that have it. I mean, yeah, I will say you don't. I give people respect to whatever they've done that I haven't done. If you were a multimillionaire and I have never been a millionaire, and you start talking about making millions and having millions and what it's like or whatever the lifestyle and blase, I ain't got nothing much to say. I'm not gonna cut you off and say, well, you don't know what you're talking about because of blah blah blah. There's people on YouTube that literally does that, and then also
Oh
all
yeah.
social media. People, I mean, that's some hella balls, or not even balls, but some gall for somebody that never had no experience in what in life.
Well,
Tell
there's
you,
always gonna be that one though, bro, that's gonna dismiss what you have to say, and because your experience was not like theirs, they're gonna no, you're wrong. Like, oh, that's
they don't
hard to
even
believe.
say you wrong. They come off like subject matter experts in something that they have never done and you done. Like you say, you've been married. You know what it takes to get married. You know what the paperwork you got to file. You know what courthouse you got to go to. You know,
And which paperwork to file to goddamn get divorced too.
yeah, you you know what the laws are when it comes to you filed joint taxes before with your wife, whatever the case. These motherfuckers ain't never did none of that, and they ain't never had no children, but they subject matter experts when it comes to to having raising children and starting families and having a successful relationship, a successful marriage. And I'm like, man, what you smoking on, man?
My
So I
thing is, what you got to look at too is their strategy. I could look at every person's channel and tell you what they're going to talk about, the strategy, the technique that they use with their audience, and that technique that most of these guys use. Okay, the coons use a technique about what is black and dogging out black folks. And they black themselves. They anti-black, but they come to the black spaces to hang out and troll because you know what? The white folks don't want them over there either. The game dudes, they're gonna talk about you can't get a bitch. you know, you know, and if and yeah,
shit.
or or because you're not trying to get a woman at that moment, they're gonna want to throw some pussy on you. See, my thing is that's how you get a baby, and the baby become fatherless
Yeah.
because you're not talking about what it takes. You know, they're not even talking about using condoms.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
you can't say you go, and this is what Platt. I haven't talked to him about it, but he kind of it's kind of contradictory. Where I'm like, okay, you gotta fuck on the bitch, and you gotta get at the bitch, and you gotta come from it. You gotta also if you was just the first person to hit at, and that was the only live stream you heard, you gonna think you gotta get at the bitch. But he also talk about you gotta get the bitch to listen to you. You gotta get the bitch to listen to you. If the bitch don't listen to you, then that ain't the bitch.
Let me
So it's like
tell you
you
something,
gotta
man. You can't alpha your way through.
yeah, you can't like if you can get people out of context by only listening to one, part of their, dialogue or whatever. That's why you should kind of listen to somebody for maybe like a couple weeks, a month, or if you can, just so you can get their full context. Because sometimes I'm pretty sure people have taken me out of context. I'll be all over the place.
And
And
ain't nothing wrong with that, but you smart though, bro. That's the whole thing. You talking about everything. Now, some of these dudes, they can't they can't respect opinions and they can't respect if you don't agree with them. And if you don't agree with them, it's either kicking you off the panel or they arguing with you, or they figure that because they feel like you got one up on them because your opinion, everybody else is agreeing with you, and they're the host. You know what I'm saying? See, the wrong information is not a good thing. And I'm not gonna agree with you just because I'm subscribed or because I dig you, even if me and you friends. And if it's something that's out of order, I was like, nah, man, I can't agree with that. But you still my dude. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. The thing is that see, I actually live my life, and I'll put on the video, even if it might be embarrassing to me. But then I'm gonna put on that video and I'm gonna show you my garage. Then I'm gonna shit on you by just showing you my garage. I ain't gotta show you my house. All I gotta do is show you my garage, and I'll be like, you see, you talked about all that shit, and you ain't even got a motherfucking garage. And I done told you how you can get a garage, but you ain't listen. Now look at my garage, and then I just park my car and then close it up, and then because I ain't got to, you ain't got to try hard, because I mean, I'm just talking, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying, you do need to own. Home ownership should be key. I don't give a fuck if you got to get in the ring and still on Mike Tyson, man, to get you a house, man. You should try to get you a house. We rent African Americans. You say black people, we too rent happy. We way too rent happy. We living in places where we damn near got to rent, or even in our mind we think we got to rent.
Let's say this: if I rent, I'm gonna make that place a multi-space. See, because right now even in California right now, I don't own a home. I don't. I sold my home in Atlanta, you know, because it didn't make any sense that I had to work 3, 4, 5 jobs to keep it. But and see, because don't let Atlanta fool you. And I tell people all the time, you may live in a nice home. You may find a very nice. You may even don't let the nightlife fool you. Don't let the music business fool you, or don't let even people telling you, oh, that's the black mecca, because only black people are there and existing, but they're not in high. They're not in government the way they need to be. And if they are, they're puppets, and they don't really have a say so. They just been put in place to fill the job description.
Atlanta,
Now,
Atlanta is one of those. Okay, so I've been watching a lot of. It just comes up on your feed, and then it's some interesting stories. So I've been watching a different perspective of primarily women that some of them have left Atlanta, and they have a story about why they left Atlanta, and some of them have a story of why they moved to Atlanta and the stuff that they like and they don't like. And it's kind of like what you said, people be fronting and pretending they got, they be trying to one up on each other with cars and clothes and and whatever they got, and it's like it's kind of tripped out, man. I mean, I wanted to I haven't been in Atlanta in a long time, and I wanted to go back, but it kind of almost made me think like, damn, should I go back and just visit for the weekend? Cause it's like it's like don't seem like it don't seem like it's like I think I want to, what I'm saying, go even visit. But they were talking about a lot of that. But Atlanta, I can understand what's going on there, and it's kind of like Black Hollywood. I would say Atlanta is the South Hollywood. It's like the Black South Hollywood.
well,
It's
that's true too. But the thing is, being a person, like I said, I'm originally from San Francisco, but was raised most of my life in New York and in Atlanta. Now, being in Atlanta, I know Native people because my family are natives from there as well. And uh, that's why I'm working on a documentary too called "Will the Real Atlanta Please Stand Up?" Because some of these people who moved to Atlanta has given Atlanta a bad name, and I fault people who are from there for letting these people come there and give it a bad name, because Atlanta used to be a place where it's Bible Belt. They often talk about every man is gay in Atlanta. That is not true. The only place you're gonna find that at is if you go to Peachtree, goddamn Piedmont Park, and all them places like that. That, yeah, people are there. Now you go to Mechanicsville, you go to the west side of Atlanta. It's just like Chicago. You go to different parts in the east. Maybe even Stone Mountain. You ain't gonna have none of that on that level. You get what I'm saying? People
yeah.
are living regular lives, and
I
then you
just
got
I
women.
just saw I just saw a few gay people in the mall when we went to the mall. That was it. I didn't really see a lot of gay people like that. I
Let
saw
me tell you something. It don't even come, broke. It don't even come. They too focused on the feminine dudes, and the dudes is walking around with the beards and high heels on. That's some clown shit. Stop focusing on that. You know what I'm saying? Because we know what they do. At least they being who they are. Them ain't the ones you need to worry about. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Now I do understand what women be talking about. They went and found they thought they had a boyfriend that a man that they could really, be with, come find out he bisexual, this, that, and the other. Maybe because you went for the wrong type of man. Have you ever thought of that? You superficial, he's superficial. Instead of you vetting, not even vetting, but going after a man, he need to vet you. But
mhm,
going after a man that is the normal, that everything that everybody else wants. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with men. They'll go off and they'll get these women that got these BBLs, and they'll turn around and find out she plastic, or either she ain't really a woman. You get what I'm saying?
that's the thing. I'm glad. Man. That's yeah, man. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me. Yeah. Because see, the thing is that that opens the door when, cause see, I could spot. I'm I'm not the only one, I don't think, but I can spot plastic surgery when uh the breast augmentations, hands down, I can spot that because it's easy to me. It looked like Barbie titties. Whenever women look like Barbie titties, where and then you got some breast augmentations that are pretty good, not as noticeable as others, but a lot of them look like Barbie titties, and they think that's cool. A lot of them, they do that because they follow other women. And I ain't gonna lie, I get excited when people do stupid shit like that because I feel like this person is manipulative, and I can manipulate them. I can. This person has some problems that I could maybe expose and come up off of. I don't know.
You know
I
what? It ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You know, the thing is, you're a smart dude. I'm a
I'm
smart dude.
I'm a savage like that, man. I think like that. Like, oh, this. I be like, oh, this is a dumb motherfucker here, cause it's like it's in it, and I look at them and they so dumb. It's like they following each other like lemons, and a lot of them are doing this. They getting, it's a weekend. They just got their surgery done, and they resting up from getting the surgery. It's like the men are telling you, we don't need this, we don't want this, and it's like they're they're following other women like lemons off the cliff, getting the BBLs. We saying we don't need that. Just go to the gym, do some, man. You know what? For a woman to get, you got the woman that Kevin Samuels used to do the video, Tierra Scoops or whatever. She's a personal trainer. She used to do the dance or whatever, the Hello World dance or whatever the hell, Money World dance. All you have to do is do, basically squats. Um, do it's certain exercises that you could do to get a bigger gluteus maximus as a woman. And that's it. And you don't necessarily even have to go to the gym.
I
Uh,
don't know now. I don't know. I will tell you this. Most women have them today, like that, big asses, but there are some who just don't have it, and we got to
yeah,
be honest about it.
but
Now
I mean, they can get it. I mean, it's like, okay, here's the thing: for a skinny woman, she's gonna have a skinny type of ass, but she can get form, some form. It ain't gonna be like no big. See what the funny thing. This is the funny thing to me. So I do like fat women too. Um, I have a big fat thick woman with a big natural fat ass. Like
and you can already
I'm talking about like a donkey, like two big giant basketballs connected to each other.
a
Big
real
old,
big ass booty. You ain't looking for a nice ass. You looking for a big ass booty.
yeah, motherfucking size H titties and shit like that. Like I respect that shit. Somebody gotta make the new NFL linemen and shit like that, offensive linemen. Somebody gotta do that. They gotta keep, the NFL Columbine is every year, and rookies come in, but the thing is I'm saying is that, so on one end, and this is primarily for women, you making fun of fat women, and fat women naturally, a lot, not all of them, but quite a few of them have that naturally. You got big ass titties, big old booty, you know, and it's all natural. So it's like you're trying to mimic a fat black woman, and this is old, right? This has been going back since back in the 1800s and stuff, where they used to the white women used to
They
get.
call the Hottentot women, the Hottentot people from Africa, and they are the woman that they mimic that from. Is her name is Sarah Bartman, and
Yeah,
they used her body parts to understand, to try to figure out why was her body so hippie, thick legs, thick thighs, fat ass. And this is
yeah,
where the black women even got the
uh,
hourglass thing, sitting the hourglass on top of the back of the ass
yeah. Cause see, like
because of Sarah Bartman.
they used to change the white women's fashion. They used to wear dresses that had a curvature to mimic.
Yeah, they call bustles.
Yeah, I figured you. I'm not even surprised. You already you know the actual terminologies and everything, because it's like, the thing is that they still doing that today, and they're going a step further, and they actually getting, these are primarily black women is getting these asses. He's getting fake Sarah Bartman asses in 2023, 2020, in titties, and mimicking thick fat black women. Like, I ain't gonna lie,
But look
like,
at no, look at Sarah Bartman. Look at the doc. Look, type in Sarah Bartman
mhm,
and pull up Google image in Google Images.
okay,
Sarah Bartman, that's a natural black woman's body,
mhm,
even though it's big. She ain't got
mhm,
no stomach, but she got wide hips, and people don't understand. If that's not your flavor, that's understandable. But people are built that way. Even some men have a shape like that because of the
uh,
ectomorph body
yeah,
types. People
yeah,
can't help for the way they shaped.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, pretty much, man. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Like, okay, we got some comments. Okay, let's see here. So look at Lizzo's situation. I ain't talking about Lizzo now, because I mean, Lizzo is fat and sloppy. She ain't holding like that. She not, like, I'm talking about a woman that, okay, we're gonna pull up Sarah Bartman. Okay. Um, I'm talking about a woman that's fat, kind of thick, fat, maybe possibly, and she's holding. She got
Nice shape, nice
big,
shape.
big giant booty, and big titties, or nicely shaped titties. You know what I'm saying? And that's typically, that's typically of a Africanoid or Negroid woman. The black woman has the biggest, rear end, the natural big titties. That just is, genetics. Typically, that's the West African or Africanoid features. That's common. Even you can even say, let's talk about it. Why black men have larger penises. Okay,
Yeah,
how
yeah,
can you reach that? Okay, you have to have a certain type of length to reach into to behind that. So of course you're
yeah.
gonna have a longer penis, and then you can even probably even go to black women's vaginal canal or shape. It's very deep. It's probably deeper. See, this is the conversation that maybe a medical
No,
professional.
this is the conversation that we all need to have because it's so
Yeah,
important. And
yeah.
without people
I'm
saying,
just saying.
"Oh man,
I'm just saying, a medical professional, they might be arguing about, because they know this. They know, okay, they say all men are created equal, but that's not the case. White people have different shapes, circumferences, diameters of what their common shapes are. And black people have different shapes and stuff like that.
and look, and the same thing with Latino and Asians, they have longer torsos.
Mhm.
So it's the body types
Yeah,
again, like you said, the phenotypes.
yeah,
But you can tell when things have been altered because everybody have that Barbie look. The females have the Barbie look, and
yeah.
then and if you're in Hollywood, black Hollywood, or either white Hollywood, the men they have the goddamn
We
Ken doll look.
we do need to talk about more about this,
Yeah.
and I mean, I know we all got time. We all got different times and different periods in our life, and we got stuff going on. But this is a major problem with the black community, primarily black women, because they're going out and they're buying surgeries or paying for surgeries so they can actually mimic this. And you got guys like me that I can tell that you've gotten a BBL because it doesn't look natural. It is oblong shaped, and then of course the breast augmentations. Like I'll put up, I'll tell you we'll do sexual education class. I'll tell you how. I'll put up. Let's put up. Let's talk about this. How I can tell the you know the fake you know breast augmentations versus the real. Okay, let me see what I could pull up here. Um, let's put up bikini models because typically uh they showing more. It's been raining all day in the Midwest. Um,
Oh wow, really?
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. All
What
right.
is it hot or is it cold? I mean,
It's nighttime now, so it's like it's not it's kind of lukewarm.
okay.
But it was hot earlier. But it's been raining all day. Okay, so this is a typical this is a typical breast augmentation. So you can see that Barbie shape, the fake, the fake you know, like you can tell they're fake. Don't titties don't come out like that. They're cups. You can see the cups. You know what I'm saying? Those are basically fake breasts. You know what I'm
It
saying?
looked like it looked more like the actual implant have flipped. And
It,
sometimes that kind of thing moves inside the tissue.
it looks like a Barbie doll,
Yeah.
literally like a Barbie doll. And that's why they going and see. Here's the thing. This is deeper
Oh
than
yeah,
this.
wait, hold on. Look up the human Barbie doll, the white girl. That's the human Barbie
I'm
doll.
looking at her. I'm looking at her right now. I mean, this is it. But I'm just okay. This is deep as hell because see, here's the thing. What we're talking about is a nation or millions of people or even billions of people, young women they're getting sent off. They're thinking this is normal. This is standard. You got women that are begging their boyfriend, and then that's why you don't make enough and all that, because they want their man to buy them fake titties, and I don't know
To
where they
get them
start.
ready for somebody else.
Yeah, this is typically, you know, this is what they look like. This is a black woman right here. Are are those real? Do you think those are real, Nino? Let me put this in zoom this
No,
in.
not at all. Not the way they sitting up.
Those you can tell these are not real. These are very they look like literally like Barbie titties.
They
Like
not no worked out titties. They not worked out. You know how somebody
they're
go and
too
work the way.
cuppy. They're
Yeah.
too cuppy. They look like two big ass balls, literally like balls. Two balls. They like you like they just slap two balls onto her skin and then put them together.
And
And they
and the crazy part about this, white men, they love this kind of shit and they
yeah,
don't have a problem with it as long as, because this goes to show you, if a man would go for this type of woman, where, because most white men, they like breasts that are bigger than the butt. The
and
butt
then
be
they
flat, so
say,
they
I
like.
hear this. Yeah, this is what I hear. There ain't nothing wrong with it. What's your problem? What's wrong with this? And ain't I ain't got no problem with it. I just will not choose no women like this. I don't care how. And this is a fine woman. The white woman that I showed was fine too. But this ain't what I look for. I'm not look. I like natural. I like all natural.
But if
And
somebody tell you that, they say something like, "Well, what's wrong with it, dude?" Well, then don't get mad when you run up on somebody who's not a woman.
exactly, and that's that's exactly what I was trying. I forgot that point, but opens the door. That
Yeah.
opens the door for that as well, and that is really how you should look at it. And that's all you should look at it like that. That opens the door. What's going on, my man? That opens the door for that type of shit. Like for example, I remember the day before I was going to boot camp or the week or something like that. One of my homies from high school, we was out at the club and we was just in a nightclub and he was having a good time. He was dancing with somebody he thought was a woman. Turned out it was a trans am or whatever. And yeah, she was dressed like a woman. And I mean he was dressed like a woman. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, you can't, you gotta be careful regardless, but what you okay, you got hints as far as things as whatever. If you going, if you know what I'm saying, you at the beach or something like that, and you see a woman that she got, I'll tell you, I'll show you another picture. Let's put up another, and it's like what you talking about. You said Barbie. There you go, Barbie
That's
girl,
called
right there.
that's the starvation model Barbie.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
when they really look like they almost anorexic.
yeah. That's a Barbie girl and a Barbie. And see, in that Barbie shit, now you have it where now you got a whole movement. You got a movie. That movie grossed over $1 billion box office.
And guess what?
Now,
I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I did not. I kind of played into it, but I didn't know that the Barbie movie was coming out. I turned everybody in the Black Manosphere into Barbie dolls on my Pearly Things video. You didn't see it, did you?
no, I didn't see it.
Just look. I will allow you to play the beginning of it.
Okay,
Obsidian is even a Barbie doll.
okay, okay. What did you use? AI or something like that?
I did a lot of movement and animations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, wherever you look, I've yet to see somebody that has some real breasts. Out of all of these women, all of them, um, mostly all of these women, I've yet to see anybody. This is see what I'm trying to tell you. These are models. These are fitness models, and I don't, they can sue me, whatever. They can't lie. I'm not making no lie. Ain't no lies told. This is the standard. So if you got the standard, so most men and women, okay, men, they some of them like, whatever, they like whatever. They men are fuck a sex style, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
Let me say this. Now, most women that get these bodies done like this, they not having a lot of sex, and if they do, it wears their body down. So what they do, they continue to get the surgeries, and they be
yeah,
more like call
they got
girls, porn stars.
yeah, yeah. They gotta continuously get these updated. They cannot just live their life and it's normal and everything. They gotta keep going back and get the surgery because for the rest of their life, or it's gonna turn, it's gonna explode. It's gonna have surgery. Um, Meek Mill, he mentioned when he was dating Nicki Minaj, they was, getting it on, they was, having some sex and her ass exploded in the middle of the night and they had to go to emergency room because one of her BBLs exploded. You know, so yeah, these are models. So you got to think the models are what women try to model after. That's why they call it models. It's
Especially
another
black
one
women.
right
Black
here.
women do.
So models basically that's what they call, that's why they call models. They are what women should aspire to be. So when the
The only
models,
thing that
this is
don't look natural about this girl right here, let me say this. The only thing that don't look natural about this girl right here is her titties because of how they set up. You see how they is so perfect in the middle?
mm-hmm,
Look at that arch in the middle. Look at that slit in the middle right there. You could
yeah.
tell because of how round the titties are at the top. They sit up when really
Yeah.
they should be. Yeah.
Now it's funny how we gone all the way off the rails. This is the topic is how renting leads to homelessness. But I mean,
Every time we come over here. Yeah, but let me tell you something.
yeah,
And we become homeless because we have dove into other areas that took us off our square and
yeah,
get into that place. And women is one of them. I'm not the guy that go around blaming women, but
yeah,
that's one of them. You know,
yeah. So these are the models of what women should aspire to be, and that's buying. Um, so let's Google what breast augmentations cost. The cost of breast augmentations. That's what the medical term is called, breast augmentation. Okay. So here we go. So let's stop this here. We can come back to that. I'm not even finished because I'm trying to find some real titties out of the mix, and I'm a, yeah, I'm a titty expert. I've I'm not trying to inspire nobody to be no dead or nothing, but I'm gonna tell you, it's nothing in the world like tasting some breast milk. When
oh shit.
when your woman got a baby on the way, that's
Well,
I
let's just say this. I say this. I'm not a titty man, so she could have a B, and I'm okay with that. A nice set of B's. But
okay,
as long as she got some nice thick ass thighs, thick legs, big
yeah,
ass booty,
yeah,
that's it. I don't
yeah.
care nothing about you having big titties and your ass is flat.
So we can kind of go back to the topic because okay, not everybody is going to be able to make money as a woman, and certainly Obsidian, he just recently did a video about black women basically having a lot of evictions. Okay, so because we not, I mean, I'm not gonna talk about white women. I mean, I'm black. White women do their thing. I mean, of course, they got they men to save them, and they got they men got quite a bit of money. Well, obviously, black women say we're dusty and primarily dusty. I've even heard women say, it's women that say that even if black men are rich, they still dusty. So okay, so we definitely can't save the
Damn, are
women.
they saying it like that?
Yeah, yeah. So I mean,
Well, I guess it depends on what style of a man, and
yeah.
the style of a man that they could be talking about would be
Mhm.
somebody like shit like what's his name? What's his dude name? Like just the rap type dudes who
Uh,
became rappers and became
you talking
rich,
about
but
Lil
they were
Dirt?
dusty before.
Lil Dirt? You know? I mean, well, my thing is this is what the cost of breast augmentations range: $6,000 to $12,000. So, like I said, all women are not balling out of control. It's just an average woman. So the average woman watching models, okay, they watching, what the women on Instagram doing, and certainly those women also have a lot of breast augmentations. Obviously, the standard, I'm telling you, the standard, Barbie world, hashtag Barbie world. Barbie world has, fake titties. Fake titties cost $6,000 to $12,000. So the woman that is basically maxing out her income and spending habits, living, in a luxury apartment, corporate job. She's spending $12,000 on breast augmentations. Okay, she might have some, eviction notice after a couple months because she couldn't pay the rent because of her breast augmentations. So I mean this does
It's
relate
a
to the
number of
topic.
things: the breast augmentation, and after getting that, tricking off a little bit, going to get that Louis bag that costs way more, Birkin bag that costs way more
Yeah,
than your rent.
yeah, that goes with it as well. And then that kind of goes into why you talking about it. The whole, a lot of women just basically say, you know what, uh, I'll just start an OnlyFans. I gotta make money off of this. They'll have, you got a lot of women.
Let me start a YouTube page. Can
Yeah,
money grip and just show a
yeah,
little bit of cleavage?
yeah. Let me do Twitch. Let me do Twitch. I mean, you got a lot of women, man, that I work in corporate America. Um, and you would not know they have OnlyFans or they have something, they're a sex worker. Because basically, if you got, and this is, this just is what it is. It's called, that's what it's called. These are terms. That's what it's called. So if you got an OnlyFans, you selling, you know, videos and Snapchat, private Snapchats and all kind of, you're a sex worker. So in order to keep up with, these, like you say, the Birkins, the Louis, the LVs, and all of that, the Lux lifestyle and the fake, breast implants and the BBLs, you have to sell sex because basically that's what to cover the expenses, and it doesn't matter if you're a corporate, paralegal or whatever. I mean, of course, certainly if the job finds out, they might have a problem with that depending on where you work. But yeah, I mean, this is the standard. These are models. Women, the average woman this is what she's aspiring to be like. And
Well, if you're not in corporate America and you do certain type of jobs, you're a dancer, you work at Hooters, they want those kind of girls in those places.
so this is, you could say this is the American, this is the American way. Get a breast implant. If you want, get a BBL. They probably have, 2-for-1s, buy one, get one free. You got to understand. I mean, this is, they might have packages. They have packages. They definitely have packages, where you get the breast implants with the BBL for a discount. This is the American way. This is the model.
Man,
Uh,
you can get this on Groupon.
yeah, yeah, they have Groupon specials, especially I'm sure in Miami. Um, this is the American way. This is what she's telling you. This is what, the Barbie world stuff. I
And
mean,
they all go to one man to get this done, and his name is Dr. Miami in Miami. Look him up.
yeah, yeah, Dr.
Black
Miami.
women too.
Yeah, we gonna go there. I got time. I got a little time. So I mean, I've yet to see some real titties. I'm trying to teach you how to spot, breast, real versus fake, and I ain't seen a real titty yet. As far as I can tell in my naked eye, I haven't seen one titty that I think is real, and I'm
But you know
trying.
what though? Can I tell you what a lot of women I've heard this from? They say, "Well, not having breasts doesn't make me feel like a woman. Not having long hair doesn't make me feel like a woman." So
Now
it's just like
this woman might be a winner right here. Winner chicken dinner. I think these are real. Now it's, I'm pretty sure these are real. Not 100% sure about that.
now let's not get it wrong. Skinny women get things done too.
Yeah,
But
I
she
know,
look
but
good. She got a skinny look. That ain't my type of a woman.
yeah, but
But
I'm trying to look for one that ain't got no breast implant, and I think that she doesn't look like to me that she has any. But
just type in no breast implants, no surgery.
okay, damn, I got to do that.
Yeah.
uh, no implants. Damn, that's sad. That's really sad. I got daughters, man, and I mean, it's another conversation that I have to talk to them about. This woman, she got hers removed. I don't know if I'm still sharing. I gotta stop this. So this woman here, she said, "The hell with that shit." She got hers removed.
Well,
You
they
know,
all are doing that now. Black China, K Michelle.
she got hers removed right here. Let me zero in on her. Well, now that opens another window. But yeah, she's got hers removed right here. Um, yeah, she's got her breast implants removed. Okay, she said, "Will I ever get my boobs done?" So, yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of these women are getting these fake, like all of these, like this is a whole bunch of them. So, the pressure about that YouTube fitness stars post viral Instagram about the pressure to get fake breast implants. So these women are pressuring other women to get fake breast implants, not the men. So you
Look
can't
at
put
the
this
one
on
in
the
the
men.
middle though. It's so fake. Look at the
Yeah,
black chick in the middle.
yeah,
Ain't
yeah.
no way. Ain't no way.
Right.
Oh,
So you can't blame men for this. Women are pressuring other women to get fake breast implants. We ain't saying, men are satisfied with a dial, and a lot of men can't afford a dial. So what they get the flesh tool. So, I
boy,
mean,
you crazy.
women trying entirely too hard. They're trying to please other women at this point, and that's something totally different. I mean, we
Well,
not
you
going.
know, I think we in a generation now, man, where everybody's trying to impress everybody. You even
Men don't
got
men men ain't going out getting fake dicks because men are
the.
pressuring them. A
No,
man
you
is
know what?
like,
You know what? Don't if they do, they
at the
doing.
end of the day, Coffee, I'll
Uh-huh.
say, go fuck yourself, man. With all due respect, man, go fuck yourself. And then that'll be the end to that.
But listen though, this is what I think. People do things that satisfy them, and
Yeah.
you'll never know if somebody went and got a penile implant, and they probably did it because some want because they wanted to get with
Mhm.
they want that excitement of having it. Because let me tell you something, even having that ain't always chalked up. Ain't always uh, it ain't always what it seems. Because some men who are willing doubt have problems with having women that want to fuck with them
Mhm.
like that in the bedroom. You
Yeah.
know,
But women have a very strong following mentality because women are very pack oriented, more pack oriented than even men, I would say. So they fall under a lot of peer pressure. And I speak out. I do speak out um about this, and I ain't got I ain't got nothing but time to do it when I can. I mean, the conversation went there because yeah, one of the things I'll say, if not nothing else, just even for men, I would say, in my advice, don't even go after women that have fake titties. I don't care if like out of 9 out of 10 have them, and it's just one that don't have them. Go with the one that don't have them because she might be a man. And when you got fake this and fake that, not you just opening your door to fake everything, and then next
let's
thing you
just
know you
say
getting
let's just
fucked. You getting a dick in your you go to
well
sleep
let's just
and
say
you
this. Let's
getting
say
a
this.
dick in your ass.
Let's say this. When you let's say this. When a woman is too perfect, something's wrong.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm saying?
mean,
So that's an issue. But we ain't even gonna go there about the other thing you just said. But I would say this: a lot of men are doing exactly what you said because it's the infatuation and fascination that they're not getting that from a regular woman anyway, and this person looks like a woman, so they're in the bedroom letting them dominate them.
yeah. I see some of this shit, man. On
They
Twitter.
do that. It's a lot of men that are into that shit now, and I don't understand. They even let they woman, they let they woman.
I was I was listening to who was I listening to? I was listening to something. What was I listening to? It was I don't know, but it was one of them chicks from down in New Orleans. I want to say it was what was that light skinned chick?
Oh,
not
you talking about Bomb Cherry?
Bomb Cherry. Bomb Cherry. This one dude was. It was. I was cracking up, man. She was. He was like, I want to come take you. I want to take you in the woods, man. And you know, I mean, we could hang out, you know, blah blah. And then she was like, you know what? No, okay, well, let me take you in the woods and put on a motherfucking strap on.
Yeah,
Fuck
she
you.
always say that kind of stuff. Bomb Cherry like that.
I was like, God damn, that shit's crazy. I was like, damn, this broad is wild. She's like, let me fuck you. I was like, God
But she like that, man. You know, they be roasting each other.
I never heard no woman flip it and just be like, you know
Well,
what?
you know, she used to be coming over there on the Roger Report sometime with us, you know, and most of them women like that, they used to come and try to disrupt the stream because they didn't like what people were saying. But Bomb Cherry, a lot of people like her in the spaces, but she's totally against the manosphere.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I just heard her and I was like, damn, that's wild. She was like, because the dude just kept, you know, she was like, no, I'm married and blah blah blah. And she was like, oh, okay, well, all right, well, let me take you out and go fuck you in the woods. Put a strap on. I was like, damn, oh, shit, this broad is crazy. I mean, I just thought that shit was fun. But the thing is yeah, you know, of course you got men that's they down for that, and then I mean, it opens the door. In my opinion, when you start, you know, getting with women with fake stuff, you know, next thing you know, everything might be fake, and then something might be real, you know, and then and then there you go, you know, wake up with, you know, wake up sore. When, you know what I'm saying? Because yeah, but the thing is, yeah, man, that was where I was going with it. Because you know, basically, I can't show I can't show no BBLs because then that will go into that would break that would
They would think that you shaming.
no, it's because no, it's because it'll show the ass. It will show too much
Oh,
ass.
okay, okay.
YouTube, you know, you showing it's gonna start opening up bare asses, and you know, I can't go there.
Yeah, your thing for some reason it has a filter on it, which is cool.
No, yeah, I mean, well, certainly if it was something else, I wouldn't show it, but um, when you start opening up the BBL stuff, I mean, you know, I might show more cheeks than what's allowed, so I'm not gonna go there. But I mean, it looks just as uncommon and unnatural. I mean, you as a man, if you know been with a few women, you know what an ass looks like from a woman. It's natural. I mean, anything that looks unnatural, you know, it just you could tell, and it just basically when it's too much curvature, and it's like a lot of times it's they got a song about it, uh, um, these basically the ass don't match the thighs. The ass is bigger than the thighs. It's too much curvature. I mean, it almost, I would even say, it looks like a string is wrapped around the ass, around the curvature. You can see it almost look like a string is attached to the
You
curve.
talking about like how Lil Kim and Nicki Minaj, how they bodies are.
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much. And K Michelle and all that. I think she was talking about she was removing hers, or maybe she got hers removed.
Oh yeah, she did. She did. She removed. Black China removed. Black China went to being natural. I think she's a beautiful woman. Just
Mm,
natural.
mm. Yeah, she kind of got. Well, she went. Yeah, she's all over the place. But
And the same thing with SZA. SZA, man, I think that she shouldn't have done nothing because she was already a beautiful woman the way she was.
yeah, these women be like, they be jumping off of the cliff like lemons. They be
Now, if you
destroying.
somebody that's an older woman and you real old and you just want to get your body to look
They
in
be
look
destroying themselves. I mean, it's like, to be honest, okay, this is what feminism have done for a lot of women and black women, and no different. They made they told you a bunch of lies to make it seem like things are so difficult when it really wasn't. And then now you working too hard and getting terrible results with that hard work. So for example, you going, trying to make all of this money, you're getting fake implants. Men are not You're not listening to men because you're hating men or whatever, hating on men and shit. So you're not listening to what they want. You not and then they convince women that if you listen to men or cater to men, you're a pick me, when you're supposed to be picked, or you're supposed to pick men, because that's called natural selection. You're supposed to be a pick me. Your mom was a pick me. That's why she got picked by your dad, and that's where you came into. That's how you came into the world. So it's like they convinced these women to be lemons to jump off a cliff, and they're jumping off the cliff. That's what you're seeing in real time. And the thing is all you have to do is basically, listen to what men listen to what women want. Okay, men have a decent car, a nice car, because that's what women like. When men dress the way they dress, because that's what women like. Men smell how they smell, because that's what women like. We try to cater to men, to women, basically by what they want and desire. Now, women, it was a time, and they still do that, but it was a time that they were listening to everything what men really wanted, and they tried to, cater to that. That's what grandma used to do. Grandma listened to grandpa. So the thing is now, okay, they're listening to other women. A lot of them are getting with other women, but that's a conversation for another day. And they're sending each other off. They're making life hard. Okay, a lot of these women are dying earlier. They're working too hard. They're single too long. They don't have any help. They're getting depressed and all of that type of stuff. And it's like all you have to do is basically be yourself, your natural self, as much as possibly as you can. Wear dresses. I mean, basically, Kevin Samuels gave you the game plan. Be fit, be feminine, be friendly, you know, and I mean, basically, um, that's being a woman, dressing like a woman, talking like a woman, behaving like a woman, you know, what I'm saying? Being fragile, being needed, you know, um, being natural. A woman is supposed to be a naturalist, planting flowers, planting shrubs and bushes, not anything fake. A woman, what I'm saying, is supposed to be very, very much of a natural, woman. Even Aretha Franklin, that's one of her hit songs, "A Natural Woman." I mean, it's like now these women are trying to be unnatural because they're listening to other women, sending themselves off. I ain't got to talk about it. It's an actual video. This is a
And guess
video.
what? And after them titties start to weigh down and they
And then
start
they
getting
become
popping
old
that back.
and bitter. They become bitter after that. That toxic, that stuff, them implants are toxic. That's not, that stuff starts spewing toxic, chemicals and stuff inside the blood stream. That shit is very, very toxic. I know a lot about this. I just don't say much about it. But I'm an advocate for women to not to be themselves, to be natural women, not be fake, and listen to other women tell you got to go get this and fake that. I'm against that. I'm an advocate for the natural woman that's wanting to be, a woman. And those women have a better life. They're happier. They having, fulfillment. They're having families. They're raising children. and they have men that go out and live, do whatever it takes to make sure that they're happy and got what they need. You know, and it's like that's all you got to do. These women are trying way too hard and are miserable. A lot of them, you can see them. Okay, let's open up. Let's see some miserable women. You want me to show you some miserable women? Let me show you some miserable women. What's that show on Fox? Fox and what's that show with Vivica Fox and them? Uh, you know,
Fox Soul,
Fox Soul.
the
Okay,
queen of TV, queen of some shit, cocktails.
okay, cocktails with queens or something.
Yeah,
Cocktails.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cocktails and queen. Okay, let me show you some miserable motherfucking women, man, that made terrible decisions in life. You know, let me show you. Let me show you a bunch of misery. And this is and you could see the unnaturalness in their appearance as well. I'll show you.
And it's usually the ones, man, that got that "I'm gonna get you sucker" syndrome, where at the end of the night she take all that shit off and she ain't who she really was.
Yeah, it's the same shit that weave. All of this shit goes into it. I ain't even talk about the weave. It all goes into the same shit, same goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? Same stuff. Let me show you this. So it's loading up right now. Okay. I just look at the faces. You know what I'm saying? Don't pay attention to nothing else but the faces. I just want to show. I just want you to see the
The
faces
most natural chick on there is
of
Selena, because her husband ain't gonna go for that.
you know. I just want you to see the faces of these chicks, man. Now wait, let me pause it right there. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Look at that right there. Okay. Now Claudia Jordan, no kids, multiple abortions. Okay, that's a weave. Look at that
How
face.
you find that
She
information
has
out about
some
them?
definitely some surgery. I've been follow. I used to have uh what's that radio? Sirius XM radio. They used to be on the foxhole. They used to joke about all of their business. I don't know about any other these. I know Claudia because I used to listen to Foxhole. She used to joke about going, going to the amusement park while you pregnant, um, in order to do a miscarriage. Um, Now she
Damn, that's
cool.
bad.
She used to. I used to message her on Facebook long time ago. She's a down to earth chick, but she's another one that just basically these women they chose the feminine route, to go off the cliff. I mean, all of these women obviously hit the wall, crashed into the wall. Okay. Um, Vivica Fox, obviously. I mean, her last hoorah was 50 Cent. She thought she was better than him. She couldn't understand why she wasn't, you know. Lisa Ray, basically, I know a lot about her on a local level because she's from Chicago. Dad was
I'm
a
kind
base
of sick of her.
dad. Her dad was a mobster, Chicago mobster. He used to get bag money um, from the local hustlers. Uh, she used to date a couple of local hustlers in Max in the Chicago area. That character that she played, that's why she played it so well, because she's a hustler. That character she played in Players Club, It's a reason why somebody, if they acting and they play a role so well, that means they've done that in real life. They know
Let
that.
me ask you a question though. What's the connection between her and the brat? Is her
Lisa
they got
Ray,
like
I heard Lisa Ray is her sister or cousin.
yeah a sister, but I'm trying to figure out do her and Brat have the same father or what?
Most likely not. Her dad was basically a Rolling Stone. That's me being nice. Really, he was a mobster. He was a black he was a black gangster basically. Okay, he he was he had different. I don't know exactly what he had. They had a random hotel, I think on the west side somewhere, and he would get it would be all kind of nefarious activities at that hotel, of course. I mean, he was probably sold. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm pretty sure he sold dope, sold drugs. She was her daddy was a hustler, and she learned from her dad how to hustle men. She hustled, she hustled her way.
You can look at chicks like her. I've seen chicks like her.
That's why she played that role in Players Club so well. That was her. That was her. That was who she was as a person. That's why she wasn't acting. She was just playing. She was living. She was showing how she lit. She got down. Basically, that's why
But you
she
know what
played
though? But she
so
flipped it
well.
and tried to say, okay, it's positive for you to strip as a woman, as long as you go on to college to do it for college.
She's a hustler. Okay, I mean that's what a stripper is. A stripper, a lot of strippers are hustlers. Female is a female hustler basically. They use sex to hustle. They hustle in their sexual. They hustling their hustling sex to get paid. And I ain't got nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't I don't like strippers, and I'm not fascinated with strippers and whatnot. Because at the end of the day, to me, the fascination is this a disconnect for me is that it's nothing special about you. You're dealing with other dudes.
But you know what?
I'm
The strippers like them, they go for men that they would not date because they know they can get the money out of them.
Yeah. I mean, it's that aspect of it too. But it's like I've never been fascinated. I've been to. I can count the strip clubs that I've been to on my fingers. A lot of the times it was like I was at a party and I didn't even know it was just strippers there. They just showed up, and
And
this was when I was in high
and
school.
you ain't paying no money either. But I'm gonna tell you
I
something
just,
now.
I just watched, but yeah, it's weird.
Now
I was in high school
I've
when
been
it
in
was
spots like that, where women were literally begging you to give, hey, do you want a lap dance?
uh
And she'll point to her titties and do a couple of moves and
yeah. Now Selena Johnson, all I know about her is that she went to Illinois State. One of my girlfriends, uh she used to work at a police she used to be one of the people that answered the phone. She was a 911 operator, and she worked her way up to be a policeman and then detective. She went to Illinois State with Selena Johnson. So yeah, she went to college with her. That's all I know about her. I mean, of course, she was a singer. I mean, that's all I know about Selena. But they all, feminine makeup, fake weaves. Claudia has, I think, yeah, Claudia and Vivica. I'm not sure if all of them have fake titties, but I think Lisa and Vivica and Claudia have the breast augmentations. That's pretty standard, even in, I mean, like I say, Hollywood,
I'm gonna
Black
say
Hollywood.
Selena ain't got nothing done because she live a regular life, with her husband.
Well, she's got a wig on that in their makeup in this picture. Hey, I don't miss. I know women well. I've been around, and I've been with a lot of women. I know women very, very well. And then I was raised around a lot of women. I didn't have any brothers. I had two older sisters and my mother. My and I grew up in the house with my father, but I've been around a lot of women, and my sisters. I learned quite a bit about weave and wigs from just even my sisters alone. The breast shit is obvious. You can spot fake titties because I just did a damn class on how to spot fake titties, and they look like Barbie titties. So that's not hard to spot that, but all of them do not in this picture. They don't have their real hair on. One of the things I'll say about being happy of who you are truly, you're happy with your own hair. I need to get my hair done and we retwisted, but I have my own hair in my hair. I'm happy with what God made for me. You know, these women are not happy how God made them. They want to pretend as if they are Aboriginal women or white women, basically, because they're trying to wear hair that is unnatural to their body. They have all of their skin is very, very tight. So that means they're not drinking enough water. And then obviously they're drinking. The show is called Cocktail. So alcohol dries up your skin in itself. So these women they're fake. They have even a fake happy, a fake smile, fake happy look. They're obviously okay, crash dummies at this point in the wall. Okay. Now Selena, she looks kind of indifferent. Okay. She doesn't necessarily look happy. But the women on the right that are obviously a little bit more famous or a lot more famous, they got that pretend like they're happy look or smiling look. And people can see through that shit. But I'm just saying, I mean, don't let these people fool you. They're not happy. They're not, what you think they are. These women are. You can even say some of them are even at this point witches. You can call them witches because they've done some wicked things in their life, and they not necessarily atone for those things. And I don't trust these women. Some of these women will set your ass up and get you killed. It's a lot of women. They got bodies in they closet that they set men up. They done made sure they got the line on the dude. Some of these women, man, you know they know about somebody. They know where some bodies are buried. And hands down, I ain't gonna say nothing. I've already said too much about Lisa Ray. I mean, you could put two and two together to make four with her. Uh, you know, I
The
mean,
problem I have with this woman, the problem I have with this woman is she had chance time and time again to reinvent herself. I think she tried it a few times, for her craft, but everybody's gonna always see her as that girl in Players Club. So I saw what she was talking about. She wanted to do OnlyFans.
mhm.
Have you heard about that?
That Lisa Ray wanted to do OnlyFans. Is that what you saying? I didn't hear anything about that. I don't. I mean, I don't know why. What would be the? I mean, I don't. I mean, what? Why would she do that? I don't. I don't understand that.
Well, I mean, I guess somebody spiced uh, spunk her up a little bit more to say, okay, well, let me go with like you said, it's a sisterhood.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but she got a daughter that is just as fine as she was when she was younger, if
Yeah,
not. I mean, a little shorter than she is, but she got a little fine little little firecracker of a daughter. I don't know what she got going on or what she doing, but yeah, she got kids, and she got a daughter that, little light bright daughter that's just as fine as she was when she was younger. You know what I'm saying? Probably got a lot of her ways. Cause see, this is what I was thinking about Nino today, and I gotta, I remind myself. So if you want to see who you are, who you gonna be with, who that woman is, whoever that woman you think you dealing with right now, if you want to see her true self, you go see her mama. Go see how her mama is. Get a good look at her mama, and you'll see her. Whoever you dating, your girlfriend, you think you got a girlfriend, your fiance, whatever. I mean, before that, by that time, it's damn near too late. But I mean, that woman's mom is her. Now she might be a little bit different, might look a little different, whatever. But at her core, that's who she is. Without makeup, how she get out of bed, what she thinks, how she acts, who she takes after. That's her mama. So if her mama is a disrespectful, argumentative, loudmouth, you know, like to fight dudes type of woman, that's who you're gonna be with. You know, that
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that's
Mm-mm.
that's her. Her daughter, her mama is a carbon copy of her in every now, unless a woman has really, really separated herself from her mama, meaning she has, kind of worked some things out, have done some as you could say, as they say, uh what they call it, I forgot what they call that shit, something work, dark work, or I forgot what it's called, but I mean, just some deep internal subconscious thought as far as changing, certain habits, because we all get habits from our parents. And it's like, unless you really cognitive of it and you've made certain changes and stuff like that, you gonna copy certain things with your parents. Like, even I had to think about my father. I had to think about, okay, what am I doing differently than what my dad was doing? And I not and I had to think about that. And I'm like, damn, I did do quite a bit different, a lot of different things. Um, my dad, I wish my dad was in real estate. I wish he was more in the houses and stuff like that. Um, I'm in the real estate. I'm in the finance. He wasn't really into that like that. I mean, it's some of the stuff is got to do. I think I do believe in zodiacs and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I do have certain things that's very similar to my dad, such as um, I'm not satisfied by one woman. Just say that. I I do
You want
like
to
to.
be like that, man. And I think ain't nothing wrong with having fun, but when you call
Yeah,
yourself trying to get in a relationship with women,
yeah.
you two, three different women, you're a bad boy to keep that up. But
Well,
look, man, I'm gonna get down because my
yeah.
phone dying. I'm on my phone and I'm
Oh,
gonna get
okay.
I'm gonna get in the chat.
Okay.
Or either,
So
you have another stream. Why don't you email me, man? Because I want to support you. Always have good stuff to talk about.
yeah, I'll reach out to you. I'll try to reach out to you if I go live again. I
Okay.
just this is kind of impromptu. Uh,
Hmm.
I was just like I said, it was a thought of mine. This homeless thing is I think it has something to do with people renting too much, being too rent happy, and I had to talk about it. So I scheduled a live, and that was it. I mean, I forgot damn near that I scheduled it because I was watching Medium Man, and I was like, damn, I got a live stream that I already scheduled. Let me get it the fuck off. Shit. But yeah, I'll definitely do that, man. I think I got your number. I gotta look for it.
I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
Okay.
All right.
I'm pretty sure it's still locked in. So I'll reach out to you.
All right, cool. I'm putting it back chat.
Okay.
Let's see. And my email too, because I want you to I got some stuff coming up and I think you'll be good, although I know you already got the subscribers and all that. I
Mm-hmm.
think that what you have to say matters, man. So I would be happy to even have you in one of the documentaries.
Oh yeah, that's
And,
cool.
and and the next one I'm working on is called "Who Lied to You About Leadership?"
Okay.
A toxic masculinity subject. What a man should be according to your own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm down. I'm down for that, man.
And when
Yeah, I'll
you get a
definitely
chance,
reach
look
out
at
to
that.
you.
When you get a chance, look at that pearly things too. It's
Okay.
only it. You know, I had to address Angry Man in that one. You're gonna laugh like a motherfucker. I turned everybody into Muppets and Barbie.
Okay.
Even I
I'll
did some
check that out.
voiceover.
I'll,
Yeah,
I'll see
check it
what.
out and comment on it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's that's what's up. I appreciate you coming up, man. Every time you come up, my streams are classic. Once you come up.
You
You know.
might have to change the title and put "and other things" because
Yeah.
when we chop it up, we always have open dialogue.
Yeah. I definitely will. I will. I'll put your name on the title, your channel
Hey,
name.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
Yeah.
appreciate it. That's what's up. All
Yeah.
right, man. I'm gonna go and you have a good night. But I'm gonna be still listening if you still up. But
Yeah, I'm gonna close it out. I'm gonna close it
okay.
on out. Yep.
All right, brother.
All right, bro.
Okay. All right, bro.
Yep. So that was yours truly, Nino, Quasi Nino. Out of the Bay Area. Um, yeah, we was all over the place, but yeah, rent is pretty high right now. All over the country. Kind of learned some things from this live stream quite a bit. Uh, One of the things is that apparently Alaska and Mississippi are hotbeds for homelessness, but I've yet to hear any news story about that. Definitely, California is a hotbed. Hawaii, I heard about Hawaii. I've heard about Hawaii. The news stories, they don't report that because, see, here's the thing. This is the reason why I think they don't report about Hawaii, because Hawaii, I believe, affects the native Hawaiian people. So I don't, I don't think they want to talk about that. If they did, you know what? Maybe Vice. If anybody talked about it, probably Vice News talked about it. They probably did a documentary on it or something like that. But basically, there's a lot going on. Oregon, Washington, California, apparently Alaska, Mississippi. We all know about New York. Different parts of, probably even parts. They even had Maine listed that were hotspots for homelessness in America. One of the reasons, again, if you got the money, man, I say just to avoid any possibilities. I'm a chess player. Your house is a rook, or your castle. I'm a chess player. Okay, so obviously I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to get me a rook, man. You know, I saw a rook, boom. I captured it. I mean, it just so happened to be, where it is, with the circumstances, but it is what it is. I mean, it might be, 100-year-old, bando. Next, 5 or 10 years, it might be a mansion. I mean, it's all a progression. It's life. Sometimes it's kind of like a game too, but it's serious. If I had no other choice, And if in my situation, I don't think is any different than anybody else. It's either you deal with some type of rental situation, and no, and you have no rights hardly whatsoever. When I say rental rights, the rental rights are limited. I mean, basically, you. What I'm saying is, you can't be no slacker and be paying rent. You have more opportunity to slack off if you got a house than paying. Rent is due every single month. You own a property free and clear like myself, you got taxes to pay. Okay, tax bills due twice yearly. You get behind. I think you got like a year to get behind. I think like two. I'm not sure about that. Think about a year. You got the year. Your property will go into tax sale. Then you still have time to pay whatever you owe, plus some type of bonus or interest towards whoever paid the taxes in the tax sale. You have a redemption period. So it's like you have time, which you don't have if you're a renter. You have no time. Rent is due every single month. As soon as the second probably month or even the first month of you not a period of 30 days, if you're not paying rent, they'll start, going through an eviction process. You're out on the street, boom, go to court. You got a date, time and date that you got to leave the premises. They don't play. These people are, they got to have their money. That's the way the game is set up. Um, a lot of times you got to think about it like this. Also, if you want to have any children and you want to leave them something, you don't want to leave them a rent payment. I used to talk to my sisters, man. I used to talk both of them about owning property, having some type of property. Well, eventually, I mean, my younger sister, unconventionally, she has some type of situation with her boyfriend. But my older sister, she wrestled with that, and she agreed that you should own property, but she couldn't figure it out in her head enough to get her some type of property, get some type of mortgage. I think in hindsight, I would say she was maybe too consistent or too content on getting some type of like Section 8. I don't know. I mean, getting some type of subsidy or whatever. At the end of the day, I get it, but it was to the point where okay, like 2020, 2018, 19, the subsidies didn't even value that much because housing prices started going up. So it wasn't even that much difference between getting it. Actually was probably about even Steven if you got a mortgage on a house versus paying for some type of Section 8 voucher. So um you know it is what it is. We all have our crosses to bear. We all have our the situations that we have to deal with. I'm not perfect as far as the decisions that I made in life. I've definitely struggled, but I knew early on, Holmes was about it basically. Real estate was something my mother instilled in all of us, that even if it was just driving around during uh, Christmas time, looking at the mansions with the Christmas lights. This is what you want. You want a home. We weren't driving around looking at apartments. She would drive us around, and we look at these mansions, and we would look at these Christmas lights, and it was just something that how I looked at it was, this is something that you can aspire to. Um, I'm not, diminishing anybody and what they got to do, but all I can say is I definitely will say it is definitely a correlation with being using renting as a long-term financial solution and homelessness. And I rest my case on that. You know, the comment section is definitely open for discussion. This video is going to be up, and if you think anything different, let me know. But I think rent has something to do with people being homeless in America, and I ain't gonna say that everybody can buy a house cash or land contract is, but it is certain avenues, whether traditional or untraditional, that you can buy property. It's not impossible. There's plenty of information out there. I definitely have some information, and yeah, buy you some property, man. Just focus on, instead of all that other stuff. Just focus on, I would say, trying to buy you some property, some real estate.